um, too dangerous or something.
Yeah. Reset the stream, and then we should be right back into where we left off. Hello, chat. I'm sorry. I did say just a few minutes ago that I had predicted the lightning would have a chance of knocking the power out. Thankfully, there was no power outage, but it did just down my internet for like a minute. But I'm back. Got a snacky snack too. We're gonna play this game right where we left off. So this is for YouTube. This will be a new video because the power went down. This is the tail end of Bladham's Miscalculators versus Lizard Lovers. We have Mazer playing Crazed. It is currently 5-2, I think. We're gonna resume here.
Yeah, so this choice of Abyssian shouldn't really be considered as an answer to Vitruvian. It was just the only.
Yeah, it's the only remaining choice. We have to go in with it. Yeah, hopefully the internet remains stable. The rain has calmed down. So, we'll see.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a pretty, I would say, dire choice. Like, considering the Mazer's list is generally pretty aggressive in a way that it puts a lot of threats very efficiently. I personally probably wouldn't, if I had the choice, probably would have put a different deck against it rather than Sarlacc Abyssian that is actually vulnerable to being rushed down.
Well, in this situation, this was the only remaining deck left in the
Yeah,
set. As for earlier, they only had Songhai left as well, so they didn't have a choice in the matter. But you think the Zoo Vitruvian has an advantage in this matchup? I think Crazelist has quite a bit of removal for the bigger things. He might stand a fair chance if they can get a Blood Moon Priestess to stick. Mazer Zuvet list here would have a hard time dealing with the established Blood Moon Priestess without Syzygy.
well, I mean, I guess the this kind of versatility of Crazed list compared to most Sarlacc lists might make a big difference here. Really, because and also, well, one thing that Mazer's list doesn't have that, on the other hand, most Vitruvian lists have is Siphon Energy, which is a pretty strong card against this kind of Abyssian list, and it's kind of not there.
Yeah, he has zero means of dealing with anything that's put out of reach of a shroud.
But they already have Syzygy in hand, which kind of makes it a bit easier. I think you like. Can they? I mean, at this moment, I don't think Craze dropped anything that that showed fully the nature of this deck. But as you said, Crazed played, I think, this very exact list. It might even be exactly the same during the previous week. So I think Mazer's team must consider it's a very likely scenario that it's this exact list, and in that case, knowing that the syzygy is essentially your only option of dealing with the back lines, you kind of stick with with it. It's like the card that definitely is not going to get replaced, I think.
Yes, thanks for posting that, Smarty. It would be a little sophisticated to go over the overall standings, and I don't want to spoil anything for the viewers that watch this stuff live, so you guys are free to check out the document. Week 3 just ended, and we're casting Week 2's games today, so the casts are a week behind the actual tournament, just to keep you guys up to speed. Okay. Craze. I don't think they had a fantastic additional thing to do on the previous turn besides what they did end up doing. Just establish your Sarlacc. Unfortunately, Craze opted to go into the corner, and they're currently getting boxed in.
Oh, and I kind of forgot about the shrouds and Mazers. This I kind of need to take back what I said about. I mean, I'm not taking back that most Vitruvian lists run Siphon Energy, and this one doesn't. But I cannot take back that it's less removal options because just shrouds play the same role essentially.
Yes, they just don't have the infinite reach and the utility of these Siphon Energies.
Yeah, but if you're running Lady Locke and in general you want to put a lot of minions on the board, to have a board for syzygy, to...
I was gonna say, like Maze is doing right now, we have a lot of minions on board. A healthy squad of boys here.
That's the thing. I mean, I was thinking a little bit when he played the Missy that he could have played the Shroud instead and dispelled the Sarlacc. And I mean, one thing is that it's usually most beneficial to, when you dispel the Sarlacc, to kill it immediately, as it still can, even in the dispelled state, it can be just as well targeted by Keeper of the Veil as if it wasn't dispelled, or it could be nether summoned. But still, we see that kinda it allowed it to live where.
I think on the previous turn, Mazer wasn't in range to hit the Sarlacc, was he? Because he could have only dispelled it. Yeah, he couldn't clear it though. So I think the Mystic's sturdier body makes a lot of sense there.
Okay, but now I feel a bit puzzled. But because he could have kept the Mystic on the distance, right? But I guess at this point you might want to have it at close to. Oh no, it still could have been out of the range of Sarlacc too, because that might have been a concern. So
the quality of the player's bald ego is of the utmost. Finest Duelyst players on display in Duelyst 2. And hopefully, I think only one of us. Everyone's an individual. Craze couldn't do anything in that situation and decides, I'm just gonna tap out of here. That was a really good syzygy play that had happened.
Yeah.
And a very commanding victory for Mazer. That closes the set for Lizard Lovers. They take it 6-2 over Bladham's Miscalculators. So we're gonna move on to the second set of today. But before I jump in, how are you holding up, Andreas?
Pretty well. I mean, it's after 2 a.m. where I live, so it's already the middle of the night. But I think I'm still feeling fresh enough to um, maybe still be able to say something not totally stupid.
All right, well, you just let me know how you're feeling as we move on. We will get ready for the second set of the evening. We have the Rook and Rollers versus Juve's Disciples and their wonderful animated banner. That cracks me up. What are your thoughts
Yeah.
on these two here?
So, well, I don't. Uh, mm, I mean, I haven't really um, be, been able to know these players better, like personally. But of course, I have seen quite a few matches played by them in the past, as well as I'm quite aware of their achievements, and there are some very also some very well established players on both teams. The Rook and Rollers is captained by Poncho Mango, and in the team there's Tepid Kong, Henry Kator, Monk Business, Nick Laran, and Improbable Blob. On team Juvi's Disciples, we have Sibon as their captain, and Alpha Century, Bryguy, Demiremi, Icy, and Ollie in the team. So, um, yeah, some very respectable names here.
Very respectable indeed. I just need a little bit. Let me see what two factions are we facing here in this first game, and then I will get them set up. All right, we have.
But by the way, I don't know if you've seen, but there's this last message from It's Just Cosmic that he might
Oh,
also be willing to join as a caster.
yeah, man, you're
I
welcome to
interpreted.
hop right in here. That'll help me if I got some other people casting. It can help with the idleness, as I gotta click a bunch of buttons here. So getting in between sets is the most time-consuming setup. Here we are. This is gonna be a round one of Judy's Disciples and Rook and Rollers. We have results may vary, which is a pun on the general's name Maeve.
Yeah, yeah, it's. I mean, whoever came up with this, I salute you. Uh, I like this kind of puns included in the names, and we have also sadly no named. um, uh, Essentially our deck against it. The results may vary. Deck is an aggressive type of Abyssian list.
Oh wait, this liner.
Um,
Hold on, the liner deck's actually incorrect. Let me
oh,
fix that.
okay.
This is the correct list. Did you guys see the change? You didn't, because they're identical. Just about.
I mean, there is a change.
There
The
was some,
previous
yeah.
the previous deck had no title, and this one is untitled.
That is true. Yeah, sorry, I had the wrong list pasted. This is the correct liner list for Juve's this week.
Yeah, so this is I would say it's a list that it's kind of halfway between Heal Lionar and Fatigue Lionar, I would say, but closer to Heal Lionar than Fatigue. But it has some options that are typically associated with Fatigue Lionar, which are the circles of life and mostly the I forgot the name. This 4/6 5-mana Arcanist.
Twilight Sorcerer.
Yeah, Twilight Sorcerers. Um, and it also includes 3 regalias. It has the essentially the full, almost full healing combo, because we see there are Sunrisers, there are Light Chasers, there are Sundrop Elixirs, well, Martyrdrops and Holy Immolations, but there are no Emerald Rejuvenators.
Which is a pretty interesting exclusion. I suppose you have to make space somewhere, though.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I played Hilayanar quite a bit, and most of the time when the real healing combo takes place, it's it's usually you drop Sunriser and then you healing Mystic or Sundrop on both at the same turn. So these are like the typical 5, 6, 7 mana plays. Like the 8 mana combo, Sunriser plus Emerald Rejuvenators sometimes happens, but it's far less often.
I would think
Also, the
undesirable to occur, even. You almost don't need the Rejuvenator's additional healing at its cost value.
Well, well, that's one thing, but also the other is that Emerald Rejuvenators, it's slight. I would say it's still a pretty kind of like tempo option for survivability. May I say it this way? And I mean that's also the reason why it's so extremely common. We actually see 3 rejuvenators in the Abyssian list. It's that you heal for 4, which is a very respectable amount while still developing the board. It's it's kind of board development is something Leonard likes to do for several reasons. One of them being also, well, like making Holy Immolation a bit more of a threat.
Alright, real quick for our audience, by the way, you can see that Juve's Disciples has sent in the news as their player. This is Sebon in disguise. Versus Nick Lauren leading. I did want to talk about the Abyssian list real quick. So one thing we haven't seen in week 1 was Aggro Abyss. This is the first Aggro Abyssian deck we've seen brought in to lead instead of the standard Creep Revenant affair or the Sarlacc Big Body affair. And they ended up against Linar, so I'm really curious to see how this match plays out. It should be a little more difficult for the Aggro Abyssian, I would think, because they have to contest with a lot of healing.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, there's an aggro deck. What you put against it, and many times the answer would be Lionar.
That's true. And they've already on turn 1 announced to their opponents what kind of Abyssian they're playing with the Flame Blood turn 1.
Yeah, that's very telling. So in a way, like unknowingly, I feel that Rook and Roll is kinda matched here with sort of a natural answer to the deck.
We'll have to see if it turns out that way.
the
The
situation.
news, I'm gonna call him Steven from here on out. Just don't get confused, guys. But Steven opted to martyrdom. He could have did a slow opener and kept martyrdom, but because he identified this is an aggro Abyssian list, I think Steven might feel that there's no worthwhile targets to martyrdom more than likely. So he just decided to tempo play it there.
Yeah, because like you, well, I mean, you can martyrdom rejuvenators, but if we're talking about the mid game where rejuvenators might be dropped by your opponent, there are usually a bit better answers to them, and then they are spectral revenants, but they, I mean, martyrdom sometimes might be used to kill them off completely.
Later on, you might be able to lean on the power of your Sunriser combos to finish off Revenants, though. At least ideally.
Yeah.
Now, not the kind of development that you want to see. 2/2 drops is fine on turn 4, but they're both healing mystics, not your Light Chasers or Windblade Adepts and no Silver Guard in tow. That's some of your healing combo potential going down the drain here against this Spectral Blade equipped Abyssian General.
Yeah, but kind of that's the thing. If you have a hand like this, or in general, you can expect you might get like mostly spells and some of them being holy immolations. It's kind of good to have something on the board, especially if you won't be able to utilize like say 6 mana and then you will be able to go 2-drop plus holy immolation combo. If the need arises to just holy immolation, you need something on the board surviving from the previous turn.
I agree. I think there's a little more room for flexibility in the last turn, though, on Steven's part. They didn't have to put a healing mystic in range of the opposing general to just die like that. And they also conceded the top mana tile. Nick Lauren could have made use of the top
Yeah,
mana tile there if they really wanted to, but decides to preserve it for a following turn.
and here it is, because this positioning that Nick Claren did here, like in general, it's the positioning that just begs for holy immolation, but at 5 mana there is no way. I mean, okay, theoretically, some Lionar lists run Komodo Scavengers.
Yeah, you don't expect the 1-drop immo. I think
Yeah,
most people
it's
would
very
always
unlikely.
hedge that bet. Funnily enough, Nick Lauren has actually played around the Dancing Blades by doing this too.
Yeah, because there's also no way you will be able to put it on something. So in this way, it was, I think, much like it made much more sense to play around Dancing Blades than to very unlikely 1-drop plus Holy Immolation.
I think Nick Lauren made the right call with that. Although, so Steven has decided to opt for a slower turn. The Dancing Blades doesn't get any value from its opening gambit, but it's still a very sturdy 4/6 body. Probably the best move that he had. It's also in a position that Nick Lauren can't easily deal with it without spending some cards. So we might be in for a longer match here. I think the Lionar Abyssian matchup, even if it's aggro Abyssian, can sometimes enter these sorts of board states where both players are sort of really cautious around each other. And it can become a little bit more of a board-based game where you want to maintain minion control and your presence over the center of the field.
Yeah, it's also. I mean, in that case, I quite strongly believe that time works to Sibon's favor, because as I said, his deck, it's like Leonard, but with some inspiration from fatigue. It's
Fatigue
quite
inspired.
well
I like that.
suited for a game that is slightly longer than usual, while we kind of know that I mean, it's not 100% sure, but because you can technically run aggro Abyssian with Shadow Novas, but it's unlikely. So, and that's kind of the main threat against Abyssian that makes you not want the game to go for too long. So, like, not go for these turns where Abyssian player can deal you tons of damage every turn due to Shadow Novas mixed with Revenants. And with Shadow Novas kind of out of the picture, you kind of can hope that in the long run, yeah, you can go more distance potentially in this match than your opponent.
And it seems like Sieben is set to, or content to, take it nice and slow. They could have done a double Tempest for a full board wipe if they really wanted to. Opted to just develop a Silver Guard Knight and get out of range of that Iraqi Headhunter who's growing quite large. See where things go from here. The positioning on the Silver Guard Knight is pretty curious. I'm not sure where I would have put it if I decided to take a slower approach. You had a lot of options. Could have protected it overly. You probably don't expect this to happen, the double spectral blade to take out your precious knight. Which isn't horrific for Theban. Yeah, I think Nick Lauren has actually done about as much healing as Steven has done currently. You would potentially be deceived into thinking this is a weird Abyssian heal deck with Flameblood Warlocks. And Araki Headhunter. And now we see the Tempest come down there.
Tempest, Sunriser, Sundrop Elixir combo.
The good old Sunriser, Sundrop Elixir. 5 mana, half a Mecantor.
And you're dealing with both the rest of the Healing Mystic as well as the 2 artifacts, and also you played around the Grasp of Agony.
Remember this general hit, it will be relevant to the plot later. I was just about to comment, Steven feeling very comfortable from this position and opts to hit with his general, pushing Nick Lauren down to 10. This actually looks very dire for Nick Lauren at the moment, but they're not out of options. We're on Revenant turn. We can play Revenant and play around the Immos and the Sunrisers and all that jazz. Which is exactly what Nick Lauren's going to do by moving 2 up.
Still though, you can't play around everything. You kinda played into Dancing Blades though. But it will be far from your general, so...
That is true. And we've seen the Dancing Blades. He's been actually choosing to replace a Sinja here. Could have kept both Sinjas and just do back-to-back Sinja turns, I suppose, but maybe looking for something else of interest.
I mean, I think Sinja is pretty okay here. I mean, Regalia of Martyrdom is also not bad, but I think at this point you have so little. Hmm. I mean, you're not at full hand, which means that it is kind of unlikely that there would be some like lethal threat. I think it would be because if you go with Sinja, you will be at 13 and have 4 cards in hand.
I think this sort
McLaren
of play respects the potential damage of an aggro Abyssian. You've already seen the Flameblood Warlock. You can predict that the Dark Seed. What is that 4-mana spell? It's in his hand right now. I forget. I think it's Dark Seed. Yeah, it's happening. Dark Seed. Yeah. So I do like this decision over Sinja development. It negated the threat of Darkseid a little more. Actually, a lot more.
Well, that's true.
I think Steven made a really good read on what McLaren's potential options were, whether it's another follow-up for a Revenant. I think Armor is better in that case, and if it's a Darkseid play with pings, I think the Armor is better in that place. Maybe he didn't anticipate the Armor breaking, though, with a double Blood Tier.
I mean, let's be honest, it didn't seem very, very likely that the armor would break here.
Yeah, I agree.
And here I think that, like it would, he would have been in a better position still if we had this, but in hand, not really, because the Sinja would right now be in the corner, let's be honest.
Yeah, the Sinja would likely be in the corner doing nothing. McLaren actually had a pretty clean solution to both plays Sieben made. And now we're in a bit of an awkward position. If you hit a Blood Tier Alchemist, you go down to 8. That means you die to Revenant. How do you resolve this conundrum here? We're hitting. Alright, we blocked the general, but we're going down the Void Pulse Revenant territory now.
Yeah, still might have been the best call here, but yeah, it's.
Yeah, that general hit from earlier would have made a 2 HP difference. You can't dodge the lure. I think that was a well-fought battle on both sides. Sieben almost turned it around there, but McLaren coming out ahead in game 1. So let me get game 2 set up. Alright, who do you think's gonna come into aggro Abyssian?
So, in fact, as we've just taken Leonard out of the picture, the choices are, I'd say, not very obvious. Because I guess no other deck has quite as much healing as Lionar, but still, we're talking about Abyssian list. And there is, in many cases, even aggro Abyssian can't be out aggroed by Songhai.
Well,
so
a very good call. They probably are feeling the same way and are sending in the second untitled deck of Songhai. This looks like... I think we saw this list last week. It is your Spell High list, but it has... You have your one of Spiral, you have some Killing Edges in here, and they made room for Ghost Links, which Ghost Links' popularity in Songhai has been increasing a little bit. It's an interesting neutral addition to the deck to help you draw extra cards and cycle quicker.
Yeah, though it happens, I mean, the cycling aspect happens pretty much at the expense of Heaven's Eclipses, as we have only one of these
Yeah, I think it's
in the
interesting
deck.
to make note that they trimmed their Heaven's Eclipses down to only one copy, which is a really interesting choice. We'll have to see how this plays out for them.
Yeah, because usually you run, I mean, especially in Spell High, you usually run all three Heaven's Eclipses.
And Cosmic
So
Racing,
this
another good observation. There are no Blood Rage masks. So the list is very spell heavy still, but it kind of relies more on the killing edges, hitting the thicker body. I mean, the minions are the same generally, but Ghost Links with a 1/3 body, it gets pretty beefy when it's buffed with a killing edge. Becoming a 5/5? We all know how good 5/5 stat line is, right? With Spirit Harvester.
That's right. Also, Ironclad Body Pillow made a nice observation that we've seen in these games, both Solafid being number one in S rank, as well as I think Nick Laren was also number one.
Maybe S rank is being shared. No, to answer your question, Ironclad, these I record games as soon as I can. We're watching recordings, so unless they were played at the same time, they take place at different times. So the rankings probably shifted in between the recordings. Well, that's another good point to make as well. I wouldn't worry too much about what the ranks say. It would be really hard to keep track of everyone's actual rank. So Nick Lauren sees a Ghost Lynx, raises an Iraqi Flameblood Warlock.
Well, I mean, the Flame that is in a very vulnerable position, but it clearly was made to keep the Iraqi safe-ish.
Yeah, there's a choice for Alpha Sentry to hit the Flameblood with his general's face if he has Phoenix Fire or some other alternative on the Iraqi. I think that helps Nick Lauren's agenda. So whether the Ghost Lynx or the general takes out that Flameblood, they don't really care. And they also probably don't care about ramping. They just want to maybe make it more awkward for Alpha Sentry to take the center tile with this play.
By the way, now we can all imagine how much more convenient it would have been for Alpha Sentry if he had inner focus in his hand. With like Kaido and juxtaposition, you could have just very efficiently deal with everything.
I think he would be pretty ecstatic if he had the inner focus. So the Flameblood Warlock did its primary job. The Iraqi stayed alive on board, and Alpha Sentry did kind of a tempo juxtaposition play. I don't dislike it because his board presence is very threatening overall. With the Lantern Fox and Chakra Avatar taking up his 5 mana.
Yeah, though. Um, Well, I mean, still the potential problem, but it's, as we can see, it will not be that big of a problem. It's still that Araki can hit face, and after all, it is a pretty aggressive deck. And here, I think McLaren is considering, because like, I mean, you can Emerald Rejuvenator buff your Araki to 5 damage, in which case you probably want to cash in those damage. But especially this Chakri, it kinda is better to clear it, definitely. And I think we're gonna see sort of a full clear here with, grasping this, and Araki will most likely hit the Chakri, and the Fox will be finished off by the General.
Yeah, not an ideal clear. We did see Nickelodeon first target the Lantern Fox. They really wanted to lure the Fox into a good position for that Grasp of Agony. For a much cleaner clear, but it just couldn't be done.
Yeah.
Alpha Sentry gaining 2 Phoenix Fires thanks to the Lantern Fox passive ability of taking damage and providing some fuel.
Yeah, I guess it's...
Yeah, Kaide Phoenix Fire passes, develop a little something, give it to that Araki before it hits you in the face.
Yeah, though, one juxtaposition is gone, so it will be slightly harder to get the next one, especially also with having only one Heaven's Eclipse.
Well, that's true, but this deck is packing the Mist Dragon Seals, and I think they have a full set of 3. One is in hand, as we can see. So Alpha Sentry has a lot more opportunities to reach anywhere on the board than your typical spell high list.
That's true. That's also one of the specifics of this deck. It kinda, in a way, its win conditions are slightly shifted from your typical spell high win conditions. Like you lose the burst potential of the artifact, but you get increased potential of backstab damage, and you also, by including Spiral Technique, of course, get the potential of getting burst damage from Spiral Technique. And here we see McLaren clearly plays around this backstab, like being able to clear the minion, but exposing the general's back to it.
If another Juxta was to be played, the minion would be got, but your own back is safe doing this. They don't know yet that this list is running a Mist Dragon Seals. It's not a very common card. A lot of people, they like it as a one of, or they don't like it at all. Ever since it's 2 mana and nerf going into 2 draw, Duelyst 2.
Yeah, I mean, juxtaposition is way more common. Juxtaposition also acts. Acts as a removal also in many cases. Like, it's a pretty common play to play a taskbar, just send it as distant as you can, and then juxtaposition it with the with your opponent's threat that was close by, the effect of which is that this threat that was close by is now at the distance, and your taskbar is back to do something relevant.
I like the slow development from Alpha Sentry. We're playing for board. I think that is the strength of his deck as well. We have 2 threats established now. And Nickelodeon, while he can answer one of them, either or of his choice, it won't leave him in a fantastic position. Could also push face damage, but that would probably not be ideal. You can see him rolling his mouse around in contemplation a bit. I think this is not the kind of turn you want to be doing, only the kind of turn you have to be doing, given your options.
This is, I mean, you have to do it. Yeah, it's absolutely obvious. You have to.
Yeah, the
then
poor
again,
winds needs to be taken care of. The Iraqi headhunter is just placed, and I'm not sure if it mattered where it was placed. He could have placed it back, but yeah, there's no warp spells on the Abyssian side, so what are you gonna do?
Well, I mean, putting it in the back is just like either it doesn't matter because your opponent can remove it anyway, or like in which case it doesn't matter immediately, or your opponent can kind of delay its interaction that will never happen because it will get Phoenix fired just the next turn.
Yeah.
So you kind of cannot really save it for later, like too much against Songhai, mainly because of free health. It's just the number that is for Songhai. It's essentially, unless we're talking about threats that are in the range of general, 3 damage is most often as easy to deal as 2 damage for Songhai.
That is true. And if the only option to really weigh there is, do I want to try and have this Iraqi build up for some big payoff later? Am I gonna live to see that payoff later? No, you're probably not going to. So it's fine to put it where they put it. Now, McLaren is in a very difficult position. I think they might be checked out here. There is no clean way of dealing with that Kaido assassin unless you punch it so that your Night Star assassin can deal with it. But then you let the boar return back to their hand. The blood tier helps a little bit now.
I would say it kind of helps a lot. And I mean, you still would need to punch the boar with your face, but at least you can clear both threats. Still, though, with the Heartseeker alive, because if the Heartseeker wasn't there, it would potentially matter a lot that you cleared both those threats, because and especially with this positioning, you kinda like without rush you would have denied any potential lethal based on Saber Spine Seal.
There was a slim chance to hang on there, except for that Heartseeker.
And well, it was put to the full use.
Indeed. The Heartseeker coming in at the end there. It was right on time and a wise choice to be developed by Alpha Century. So they will take out Nicolaren's Abyssian. And let me load in here the next deck. I'll reveal it right away. Oh wait, that's the wrong one.
So, well, I guess the classic answer here would be Lionar. Or Vetruvian, if it's tagged specifically, like not every type of Vetruvian. Well, technically, also not every type of Lionar would be great against Survey, but most types of Lionar that are common at the moment, I think are decent choices to
Well, they
deal
think
with
so as
them.
well. The Rook and Rollers are bringing in the real healing Lionar.
Well,
Sebens
let's
mentioned they were terrified because Lionar and High were their only decks that can really deal with the aggro Abyssian list. I think that coincides with your thoughts earlier, Andreas, because you weren't sure what deck to bring in after the Lionar went down. So it's a pretty fun insight that you provided there. Sounds like Juvi's
yeah.
disciples were going to be in trouble if the Songhai list didn't pull through.
And I would like to concentrate on one thing, because there is one more reason why this is a real heal Lionar.
Yeah, do
It
tell.
has Ziran, which in Duelyst 1 had Bloodbound spell that healed your units. So in fact, you can even argue that you can't have a real Lionar without Ziran as the commanding general. Though on the other hand, it's a way to advertise also, like, hey, it's Lionar.
You raise a very valid point. A lot of those healing Lionar lists last week, they're running Arjun or Brome. That's just not real heal Lionar. And this is it right here. Yeah, they are heavy on the heal. This is not as refined. I don't know if I want to use the word refined. There's a lot of two of here, so they have a lot more additional options to them rather than 3 drops, keeping the deck to be a little more concise with the Sunriser combo. But on the flip side, they have a lot more healing potential if things stick. We see the very elusive Lux Ignis 2/5 ranged minion on 5 mana that heals at the end of every turn, all allied things around it. As well as Suntide Maiden and Purgatos. I forget his tag line afterwards.
The Realm Keeper.
The Realm Keeper. A very interesting list.
I'm looking at this list, and one of my first thoughts is, oh well, a Magmar with Plasma Storms would have a field day against it.
Plasma Storm Magmar would probably come in here feeling pretty chummy. But the Songhai, let's see if real heal Lionar can stop the Songhai as their job is to do. Yeah, I think there's one thing we've noticed in Team Wars: if you don't lead with your Lionars, they're probably on reserve to deal with Songhai more often than not so far.
And because they're usually pretty strong decks, I mean, in general, Lionar is in a very good position in the game right now as a faction, I would say. They often stay for a bit once they are dropped as a counter to Songhai.
That's true. The Lionars they usually get a couple of wins in a row. At least we've seen a lot of powerful Lionar decks in week 1. We'll have to see if week 2 holds true to Lionar's strength there. Alpha Century leading with a forward Chakri avatar, undeterred to a potential Tiger. So Saber Spine Tiger can be common in a Lionar list. So this could be a risky play, depending on the Lionar that you're facing, but they will go unpunished unless Monk Business decides to Tempest right away. Which they are thinking about.
That's the right call. You don't want this Chakri to grow and to take the tile, potentially. Like, I think it was the right decision here, because
The Chakris do terrify one and all. For sure.
There was also like no reason to double to like Windblade at plus Tempest. You would get like for one that
Mm.
dies
I wouldn't
immediately.
have done that either. I may consider. It would depend on my hand. If I had like a Martyrdom in hand, I may consider leaving the Chakra for a turn and see if my Windblade can stick. If it was me, but just Tempesting off the bat, getting rid of that is an okay decision. I wonder if it was the correct decision though. They've seen that Alpha Sentry's deck here is a little more minion oriented. So the Tempest definitely holds value later.
I was just about to say that. Well, right now they would probably.
They would probably like the Tempest again. Right
yeah.
about now. They do have the
well.
option to do that as well. Second Tempest when you need it. The signs of a skilled player is you draw all the cards you want. They could do a slow
there is
Kirkitos.
some decision. I mean, There's still though, if I remember correctly, in the first week we've had a game where despite all the fame of Lionar being good answer to Songhai player actually won surprisingly easily by just having this one heart seeker that was killing edged unanswered for several turns. So I kinda also think it is a bit on the safe side to Tempest this one. Also, it wasn't a bad Tempest. Like you killed two things and helped kill the third this way, and you still had mana to develop the board.
Yeah, this Tempest a lot better than the one on turn 1. Now, you have knocked your own health pool down to 17 already, but you're the real healing Lionar. I think you can take risks even against Songhai like this.
Yeah, it's just a scratch.
It's a pretty deep scratch, but just a scratch all the same. The wheels kind of fell off here. I was humored by your conversation, guys. Chat was mentioning that Rook and Rollers should have sent an S rank player to deal with the Diamond rank Alpha Sentry, and they made a mistake on that alone. So we got to see Link's Killing Edge, which I think is kind of a little trendy thing to do. A little cute 3-card combo. You draw 3 cards back at the end of the turn. It's kind of like a minion-based highs. What is it? Mana Vortex play. It's kind of like the minion high version of a Mana Vortex play, but it's probably slightly better. So you get to keep a Ghost Links. What do you think about this combo here?
Well, it's. I mean, it works. The downside of Ghost Links are it's like low attack stat. But especially when you don't rely that much on Heaven's Eclipse, you essentially as Songhai you and the kind of fast, still pretty aggressive breed of Songhai, you have to have this card draw. You just have to.
Yeah, I think they really appreciate having it. Songhai has so far, from what I've seen, made the strongest usage of the brand new Ghost Links. It's made appearances here and there in some zoo lists, but it hasn't really caught on outside of Songhai yet.
Yeah, it kind of also shows. I think. I think in general the balance changes. Um, like definitely most of them are very well done, and I think the change to Ghostlink is one of those uh, really well done balance changes. Kind of made the card so much more relevant.
I did like the effect on the old Ghostlings. I think there's a place for that sort of effect. So hopefully we'll see it return again in some shape or form. The teleporting a unit, any unit somewhere on the board. Alpha Sentry decides to have a little fight with Purgatos to do 5 damage. Doesn't get a clear on it, but he wounds it severely. I don't know if I would have attacked there if it was me, only because I know we're dealing with Lionar, and even though they can't reach my 4 wins with Holy Immo, Holy Immo kind of really hurts if it hits that Purgatos here.
Yeah, and I think it's. I mean, I guess there are considerations, but I think Healing Mystic, Holy Immolation is a pretty strong line of playing at this moment.
If you fear this 4 wins Magi, because I think from the Rook and Roller's perspective, you've seen the Ghost Links and you've seen the Killing Edge, you haven't seen Mask yet, so maybe you can say, hey, maybe this 4 wins isn't as nasty if we leave it alive. You can also just do this to get rid of both, probably the best turn. I was also thinking maybe if you want the body of Suntide Maiden here, it's a good turn to develop Suntide Maiden and just Martyrdom the
And just
4 wins.
yeah, that was also the second line of playing I would have considered here, and I kind of believe that might have been the team discussion here between these two plays because yeah, both have some strong merits, but I believe that getting those 2 extra health on Purgatos and thus allowing it to attack without dying, I think that kind of also would for me seal the deal on this Healing Mystic plus Immolation play, and also that you might not get a better Immolation later on. That's another thing.
That is true. And we're playing around another Holy Immolation a little bit here. Can Chakri hit 5 HP? Chakri will hit
another
5.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty significant development for Alpha Sentry.
Well, yeah, now he has board advantage. He will also, unless dispel, but as we can see, there is no dispel, will also get Phoenix Fire. The 4/5. I mean, at this point, if you're playing Lionar, like without really options for some Holy Immolation and Sunriser shenanigans, you kind of there. No, it's 1 mana to. It's yeah, it's lacking 1 mana for some pretty nice shenanigans that would have happened with Lasting Judgment, Martyrdom, Sunriser.
Yeah, they can't do like
have...
a complete flawless clear with just a hand, but I think they're in an okay spot to spend some HP here.
I guess so, but still, it's. I mean, you gotta respect the burst potential of Songhai.
Of course, always.
I guess it's actually one of those things that new players learn the hard way pretty early on in the game.
Now, what do you think about the Suntide Maiden being above the general instead of below the general here? The Songhai has the option to flee in either direction now, rather than being constrained to the right.
Yeah, I think it would have been stronger if Suntide Maiden was at the center tile.
I'm curious why they decided to put it on the border.
Well, there are many possible reasons. One of the reasons it can be the same reasons for many of our team and mine in specifically weird place, which is that the rope was really going to end the turn very soon, and you kind of it's like putting a minion in a suboptimal position is still usually strictly better than being too
Missing
late
your turn due
and
to the roping.
yeah.
It would be something if I could interject some recorded conversation on plays and like post editing. I won't be able to do that, but that would be funny.
I mean, I bet that some of those discussions that we don't hear, but happen in the teams during those games we're commenting right now, they would add just some like next layer of both insight, but sometimes hilariousness to all of this.
Yeah, I was just imagining now. This is sidetracking a little bit, but if you guys had, like, if every team recorded their conversations, at least just the audio, and then sent them to me, I could pick out really funny moments and cut together like a comedy video of clips of just the funny stuff you guys say and do. Anyway, jumping back into this match, Alpha Sentry opted to Phoenix Fire face because they couldn't do anything about the Suntide Maiden here. And their poor Chakra avatar is going to get destroyed, as well as the poor Heartseeker. That would be a ton of work. It would be really funny, though. Yeah. Yeah, when I was watching you guys live, that would be a funny moment. I don't want to spoil the results of the match, but Solifid was feeling the pressure as the last man standing, so he's like, alright, I'm gonna mute you all and concentrate on this game. That was really funny. Now, Monk of Business was able to do the healing Lionar thing at the end there, able to answer while developing sturdy threats. We didn't see any strong comboing going on with Alpha Sentry's deck outside of the one Ghost Link's turn, which was funny because someone mentioned that the wheels were falling off the bicycle at this point. And I think that's that kind of is a funny way to imagine that situation there.
Yeah.
They weren't able to get anything going really.
That's true. Um, in a way, but that's in large part due to um, due to Lionar getting here. Really, I would say right answers at the right moments. Mm, those tempests at the beginning, then the I would say really very good holy immolation, then also the uh, the buffed Chakri, which was I think the biggest development that Songhai was able to make this deck was also martyrdomed, and then this very end we've seen it was just kind of too efficient. Like come on, the no, not only the board was fully cleared, but even the general was trapped. It was just freaking obliteration at this moment,
Yeah,
unfortunately
Sieben
for Songhai.
In the commentary position, I don't like to make the claims that something's over so soon, but it wasn't looking good after the second Tempest was played on the turn 2.
Yeah, it's like you kind of need to develop from scratch, essentially, after something like this happens, and your opponent already has some development on the board. So you're really behind, and if from now on all your new developments essentially gets removed, then what you're gonna do?
We're gonna send in Magmar, who has sturdier minions than Songhai on average. We have I kind of want to say a throwback list a little bit, but no, this is an interesting Magmar list.
I would say that it's in a way still pretty classic, but it definitely goes into the direction of being more proactive than reactive. We see no natural selections. There are also no plasma storms. Uh, no egg morphs. Egg morph is not pretty. It's not popular right now, but it's just sometimes chosen. It's still not there. We have the shrouds, which now are being made a bit stronger with as lady locks are also here. And we have the full triple spirit harvester and metamorphosis as removal options, and also as a combo option, also with 3 flesh reincarnations. It is possible for this 8 mana 3 card screw your opponent's entire board combo.
Yeah, this Magmar deck is kind of like a mixture. You have a sort of Zooey mid-rangey feel throughout, but you've got the old style control elements with the elders and the archons present, but you dropped a lot of your spell options in favor of more minion options. So I'm interested to see how this performs. Also, the shrouds. A lot of people, I've seen it on streams. You see shrouds and Magmar, and then you go, "What are you doing, guy?" Well, maybe there's something to it because shrouds and Magmar. We've seen it in 2 decks this week. We've seen it in some decks last week as well on Team Wars. So the
Well,
tournament tier players think it's a worthwhile investment.
mm, I mean, there's a lot. You kind of don't want to lose to Sarlacc or to Max or to oversized Chakri.
Besides Joffrey, yeah. If you're only running 3 Metamorphs, I definitely see a reason to tack on some Dispel. And Shroud has been, I think, getting the job done enough, because what we don't see is his bigger brother Lightbender as often anymore. Seems like the two mana value of Shroud is more ideal currently.
I mean, let's be honest. If what you care about the most is the utility, there it is half the price. Yeah,
That's a good
of
way
course,
to
it's
look at
not the
it.
same utility, and I still kind of like Lightbender to, for example, dispel a lot of shadow creeps at once. Which of course a single shroud cannot do, but it's also and dispel like a few mechs at once or more than one Sarlacc at once. But still, those situations don't arise that often. But here we have a very strong Magmar opening with Double Boy. It's 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 kind of the most stats you can put on your turn 1 as player 2, I think, in the entire game, like, or maybe I need to think about maybe some interesting song I play with Chakra and a lot of spells. Maybe you can reach similar numbers, but this total stats, it's really hard to top it.
Yeah, I'm very
Um,
humored that the name Boys, which I think Faruka was coining for the Phalanx has been catching on with a lot of people. I do like calling these guys the Boys
yeah,
as
I also
well.
like. By the way, I wonder if anybody else had its like a similar sort of say illusion a little bit, because the two like black things below the giant hammer on the phalanx are the horns, but for a lot of for quite a long period of time I actually thought these are sunglasses.
Sunglasses, huh, on the Phalanx instead of their horns. If I look very far away, I can see it. I think I can picture the sunglasses on top. It kind of looks like the cool guy shades that they put over pictures and some of the memes. Yeah, the deal with it shades.
Yeah,
Thank you, Kev. Yeah, I can see that. I've never seen it before, and now I'm not gonna be able to unsee that.
yeah. I figured it might be pretty unusual illusion, but I was so much in it that I was genuinely surprised when I found out these aren't sunglasses.
Like, are you surprised? You're like, whoa, these aren't glasses. They're just horns. Yeah. Hey, skin idea for you guys at Dream Sloth. I think we're gonna need the boy skin for Phalanx Star down the road, where he just has sunglasses. Alright, I see here developing a veteran Silithar, heading away from the Windblade Adept, so choosing to, I guess, keep the most value out of harm's way. And maybe play a value game. They do have a value-oriented deck, so I think this makes a lot of sense. There's no reason to throw a
Oh.
Phalanx our way for free to the Windblade after all. Looks like Monk Business is deciding on whether or not they want to deny the mana tile.
I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be or rather, the problem is you wouldn't be able to utilize it now, and now by kind of threatening with your minion, you make it a bit more iffy for your opponent to put something here, which kind of increases the chance you will be able to access this mana tile the next turn.
Yeah, that is true. And I think the expectation here just be... Well, Harvester doesn't feel tremendously good because the boys are going to go down eventually to that. Flash Mecantor, you probably... Like, they'll either deny the tile from you back, or you just don't care if they take it at that point. Poor Healing Mystic gets squashed by the mighty hammer of the boy.
Well, but overall, it feels like a little bit unfortunate. Maybe no, but it's not really that bad, because it's clear that the Archon is really the only option at the moment.
I think the Archon is a decent option too. Now the Archon can be telling as to what type of Magmar list the Rook and Rollers might be facing here, or that Juve's Disciples brought in. But it doesn't exactly reveal to you what their game plan might be. They could be very high on stall. They could... I don't think it's common to do Archon with combo. So I think you can rule out combo. Elucidator combo.
Oh, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. And it's also, I think, one of the like all comes together. There are so many spells in this deck. Well, it means Archon, like the rate of screwing your opponent's plans versus screwing your own plans is definitely in your favor.
That's true. You're only running Metamorphs and Flashes after all, so Archon is a very healthy addition in a deck like this.
Yeah, it's clear.
We have an interesting standoff developing here. The Monk business leaning forward with the Windblade, giving Icy the option to take it however they want, and then he'll respond depending on what happens. Covering a little vulnerability with a potential... I don't know if he could have snuck a Mecantor in there, but dropping a Primus behind him. His general to buff the attack of the other two minions.
Well, I think at this moment, like the Mecantor would seem like it seems like a very bad positioning against Mecantor, and Mecantor would still get quite a lot of value, but still it wouldn't kill the Sun-Tide Maiden here. That would have been just healed back, and the Mecantor would have been killed by Sunriser.
Yes, I think because of the nature of this line art deck, since you're at full HP, even if they Mecantored the Primus and the Windblade and you're faced in that situation, you probably come out ahead if that happened. But instead, we reveal that we are playing the Elder Wind condition. Icy is content to take as long as he needs to develop the Elder Army. And now Monk of Business needs to take action to try and deal with this scenario.
Well, so at this moment, the best card that Leonard could have drawn into is Martyrdom, because then you would have been able to fully deal with the Elder with Martyrdom plus Tempest. But now it's kind of not an option to really fully deal with it, which kind of shows how good Icy Skull was here. Well, you're gonna tank up in the corner. Let's see how it goes. I can also do my own build up at the time, and it's a bit scarier build up, I would say.
Yeah, I think Icy might have, or Juve's Disciples as a team might have made the call that if they had Martyrdom, they likely would have dealt with the Archon right there and then, so it's probably a fairly safe time to play the Elder as well.
Yeah, that's also a very, very good observation here.
And you'd go double Elder and just all in on the engine. I don't know if they're aware if they play Sunbloom or not. I would think at this point you probably have a hunch that they do not have it because it's never made an appearance in the previous game.
Well, I mean, Sunbloom is almost absent from Lionar lists at the moment. Like most, it's not a card I normally expect in a matchup versus Lionar. The only matchup where I actually and quite strongly expect it is when facing Arcanist Lionar. Because then, this being a cheap spell, it is actually favorable instead of Lightbender or Ephemeral Shroud.
Icy still positions around it, though, respects the possibility that it could exist. I think you could have had both guys in the corner to make sure both eggs are out of reach.
But I guess, wants to play around one more card here, being Decimate. So he wants them to both to be nearby the general.
That is true as well. Is likely looking out for Decimate to a degree. But this is really awkward for Monk business to... You have to make some kind of push happen here, because you can't just let this keep developing. You can deal with both eggs on this turn, but it doesn't feel very good to do a 5-mana Holy Immo with your 2-drop in front of 2 Silithar Elders and you're in range of one of them. You could opt to deal with the Archon and let the egg go, I suppose. It looks like we're keeping the eggs in check and putting our lives at risk.
But I mean, to be honest, we, if I remember correctly, there are no decimates in this deck.
Yes, there are no
and you already
decimates. The GV's disciples don't know that, but there are no decimates to get out of this situation. There are a couple of lasting judgments.
Yeah, so like, in a way, like, you need to. I mean, you as Lioner, you win this match on the board, and this way, this egg, one moment later, will be an 8/8, another 8/8 with rebirth, which, if kept unchecked, will, as the game goes later on, spawn more of these. Like, you kind of need to try to regain the board here and keep those Silithar Elders in check.
Unfortunately, with a lot of the deck options that Monk business is running, like Purgatos, and developing a Lux here could be really handy due to its ranged factor. But other than the Lux, a lot of your minion options are not helping to alleviate the situation. And attacking a Mecantor, which I think is the obvious play to make, just Mecantor Young Silithar and get the Egg Factory started all over again.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it's kind of right to opt.
Yeah, I don't mind that decision there. You could have kept the Mecantor at 3 HP and then punched with your face as well, I suppose, on the top minion to finish it off.
And here, the like we kind of have one lucky and one unlucky X-Pawn for IC.
Yeah, that second egg in the back is I don't know if they could have reached it conveniently, even if it was forward.
Yeah, if it was forward, they could have. 2/3 would clear the Mecantor, and then Ziran would be able.
Yes.
I mean, though, I mean, she would have been able to go there and just clear it conventionally, but she would be facing Silithar Elder and Archon there.
To move up to this position, you're staring down both Silithar Elders and the Archon and this young Silithar too.
Yeah. It's like a bit like going straight into the monster's lair. It kind of looks a bit like this.
Oh, interesting. We're taking a chance here that Provoke will save our lives.
Okay, but is there any... Oh, yeah.
The heal from the Suntide Maiden,
yeah.
right? That's the only reason why this play kinda works out a little bit. Because they had no other healing otherwise. So it would have been a death sentence.
And we see the Shroud, which was... though it's 9 mana. Here's the... Yeah, it's Lady Lock... I think it's lethal, like Lady Lock Mecantor. must be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is gonna be
that's the play
5
here.
damage, and then we have another 16 coming in, plus the Archon. 22.
So in the end, it ended like how usually ends, going straight into the Master's Lair.
Yeah,
So,
Monk Business, they had their hand forced, and their deck definitely showed, without the Lux Ignis development, Silithar Elder, a bit problematic to deal with. So that cements the victory for Juve's Disciple there.
and it also seems they also made the right call on which deck to bring to the table against this Hylianar.
Yeah, I'd say they made an excellent decision. Steven mentioned earlier that this Magmar counters Lionar, and it certainly has done just that. So in response, the Rook and Rollers are sending in Syzygy.deck. Which thankfully, I would have criticized if it didn't run 3 copies of Syzygy, but we have 3 copies of Syzygy.
Yeah, I kind of like, it's a bold statement. Like, yeah, this is a Syzygy deck. You dare call your 1 or 2 Syzygy decks Syzygy decks? Nah, this is
Syzygy.
really a Syzygy deck.
So
and
yeah, I was just gonna say this looks like a Zoo Vitruvian style, but it has a bit of a mid-range top. We see triple Dancing Blade as well as triple Starfire Scarab, and only 1 copy of Inner Oasis.
yeah, it's I mean, I'm kind of, it is maybe a little bit surprising because it is a fast deck. It relies a lot on the cheap stuff, and with only triple First Wish and 1 Inner Oasis, it feels like there is a risk of it going out of cards.
If they tempo very hard, very fast, yeah, I can see them draining their overall hand count in the mid to late game. And Stevens, you have a good one. Thanks for joining us for the night. And so we have Orb Weaver Opener into the Dream. Starfire Scarab is online. If Icy does not do something about this, normally a very powerful play, but Icy has the solution in hand, and I think we're gonna see it.
Yeah, it has to be this.
Flash Harvester. Everyone's favorite turn 1 play is play 2. Magmar to see. Oh,
I mean, but let's be honest. It actually is a right play only in the minority of games. Like, most games are opened up by a single 3 health minion. It's just it has to be a matchup like this one where it's this good.
I do agree. I think, you know, when you see this happen, oftentimes you can kind of deal with 3 HP Harvester on your second turn. But right now, Poncho Mango feeling the pressure, choosing to First Wish the Harvester.
Oh, that's cute. But hey, you can siphon it afterwards.
Yeah, I guess. Did they already replace, or did they draw first? Did they not replace first? I missed that.
I kind of also missed that, but I guess you replace before you drop First Wish on your opponent's minion.
I think they did replace first. Replace Blasty Boy, Dream Blasty Boy. As Zohan's confirming. Thank you, Zohan. That is a crippling turn.
Yeah, but it's so, it's kind of amazing how impactful getting this flash harvester has been, because it's like it just changes a sort of great situation to a kind of miserable one.
Well, Poncho has the opportunity to copy it now. Maybe they were 5-heading the future, so they can get a slightly bigger harvester and then dispel that one. The only thing that doesn't feel
That's
good
an
about
option.
it is it's 4 HP, so Mecantor play, which Icy has both mana tiles, will kill your harvester. It might be wise to wait in that case. But what else are you gonna do?
I mean, you can't 3+2.
Yeah, they're out of range of a 3+2. And just developing
I think you have to
Haraki
do it.
doesn't feel very good.
Like, oh, but wait a second. One thing. Would he actually? Okay, now he can, but I wonder if he put the harvester one tile to the left, because he to get. Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind. He's at 5 mana. He needs only one tile to get to 6. Okay, never. No, I was for a moment thinking he needs both tiles to get to Macantor, but as he doesn't, it will not be out of reach.
Yeah, I see Ken Mecantor. I think if you wanted to, you could have left the young Silithar alive, placed your harvester copy, and then walked 2 up just to play around Mecantor on Poncho's part. But then I think the Silithar would be in range to hit the harvester.
Well, I mean, in those situations, whenever, like, when you have a high attack minion that has up to 4 health, and it kind of is the main target of your opponent, whenever possible, it's good to really leave it completely alone, like so that if your Magmar opponent wants to clear it with Mecantor, he just needs to put just throw the Mecantor straight at it and lose the Mecantor in the process. That's well, maybe. I mean, but still, it's young Silithar. You're doing 2 damage every turn to the minions.
Yeah, I was just chuckling
Which
at
means it will.
Ironclad's comment. The replace bug is very real. We all know it deep down to be true.
Ah.
I was thinking, would there have been a world where Poncho could have copied the harvester but not dispel the opponent's harvester, just in case they wanted to play a Mecantor? Because what else would Magmar have that does 2 damage, right? Your harvester would have survived the harvester shot.
Well, the thing is that in that case, I mean, your harvester deals 2 damage. It has 4. I mean, his harvester would start dealing damage. No, after yours, not before yours. Okay. He wouldn't just be able to kind of back off a little bit.
Yeah, it's a fun thing to wonder where that might have taken the game.
Yeah, it was definitely an option.
Right now we have a pretty decent Lady Lock turn, just stalling for time, I think, because most of this can be cleared. Choosing to just develop instead of rushing something out to kill another one of the Orb Weavers. I think Icy might be looking for an aggressive Silithar Elder play here. He played his minions in the face of Poncho Mongo.
Well, wait, is... Yeah, I mean, if he wants, he's even able to rush it.
There's 8 hand damage, 9 with the Vindicator on the table. And we have 6 currently. That's 15 if the other 2 are able to reach. So there is potential lethal being threatened here.
And we kind of don't see an option to clear, I mean to heal in Poncho Mango's hand.
Their HP is about where it's going to remain. I don't think they have any healing in the deck. No Mystics, no Rejuves.
But he is able to take some damage off the table. Still, though, the positioning of his 3 minions plays hard into Macantor.
That would be a pretty devastating Macantor. I'm surprised we went with Syzygy just to... because they could have not optimally, but dealt with the young Silithar at least, and then developed more things onto the board. You had a few options, I guess. But we went with a Syzygy play instead.
Yeah, considering these are provokes, he could have opted for maybe developing the Scarab on the right side of the board. That was one option, I think.
Or the answer, or to respond to you, Noedne, Theorix was not able to get around Macantor. That's why I was wondering if they had chosen not to dispel the enemy Harvester with the idea that their best way of dealing with your copy was to Macantor. They would kill their own Macantor afterwards. That would probably be a very risky turn to do that. See a very interesting Flash Shroud play with an Elder development next to Poncho Mongo.
And he goes for a somewhat safer play than the YOLO Vindicator Macantor with 2 flashes.
Yeah, there's a little bit of respect here for Poncho Mango to... Icy's on 25 HP, but it was a little more of a defensive turn. They're kind of have their minions separated in that they're going to race each other. Icy has clearly the more threatening group of minions now.
Still, though, I mean, I feel it would have been, at least for me, it would have been very tempting to go for the Vindicator there if I was really at this high health.
I think I would have used the Vindicator as well, too. Because 9 damage on top of what you just did with the Rejuvenator for, what is that, 13 total? You would have put the Xerix down to 2. Another Vindicator on the draw, another Macantor. This Magmar deck... It only has the Vindicators and Mechaners for out-of-hand damage, but... think the odds are pretty good that you were going to get it. We can see Vindicator here is going to finish things off. Unfortunately, that Provoker is too wimpy to sustain 3 damage. We're gonna Rush Harvester instead. Either way, I think the results were about ready to play out that way. The Poncho Mango made a decision in the middle of the game to position their units next to Icy's general instead of in a more defensive way. And I think Icy was able to capitalize on his minions being out of position to help him.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of also understand why he went with this, because in a way you're playing a much faster deck than this Magmar's deck, and they've already have seen what happens if you in the previous game, when playing Lionar, what happens if you just leave this Magmar deck alone to be able to develop those elders. And kind of, I think they felt they need to push. They need to play aggressively, more offensively than defensively.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
guess that was kind of the main thinking here. And like, as a general envelope of how this like offensive versus the defensive looks in this matchup, it's kind of how it should be. That the thing is, though, when you have like some situational uh, considerations.
Alrighty. So the Rook and
So,
Rollers are bringing in the other minion Songhai, a minion-based Songhai list.
well, I bet those cash rays will do quite a lot of damage to Magmar's plans.
These Keshrais. If I were the Rook
Um,
and Rollers after the past 2 games, I would be a little bit suspicious of what the Magmar deck is doing at this point, because they haven't seen any spells other than Flash Reincarnation.
yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is kind of the same as before, but a bit more. Like, we want to just rush him down. I think that's the main idea here.
Can the minion high do damage fast enough against this Zooey Magmar, though?
That's a good question.
Well, we'll have to find out as we get into game 5 here. 6. Game 6. Improbable Blob is piloting the Songhai list. I think this is a shift from last week now that I think about it. Who was playing the, it was Poncho. Did Improbable Blob play Songhai last week? I forget how that went down. I know that they usually play Vitruvian on stream. No, it's not a big deal. So 2 to 3. Magmar has a pretty weak opener. This is going to be really good to see for Rook and Roller's side. There's just a Shroud to deal with instead of the boy or the Silithar young.
I mean, truth be told, though, the boy isn't really that great when you're player 1. That's your turn 1 play.
Typically, I do think that's true. But we have we just used the Shroud here. So the potential to take away its limiter does exist. There could be a little spicy surprise added with this list. And I saw the inner focus get played, so are we just killing the Shroud here and then healing up our Kaido Assassin? I don't mind it. We're tapping out entirely just to try and keep the Magmar player behind. They had a slow start. You've seen they're mostly a minion-based deck. You haven't seen that select yet, so this might actually be a really smart idea on Improbable Blob's part.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot because right now you make things really awkward because you kind of as a magmar here you want to kind of push forward, you want to develop, but if you go towards any mana tile, unless you put something on your back or provoke, which or kill the Kaido as what actually will be happening here, you would have been kind of open with your back to Kaido. It kind of limits your options because you kind of don't want your opponent to just deal 4 damage to you for free. I mean, at least 4.
Yeah, and Icy feels the same way, and choosing to throw the Vindicator away to deal with the threat that Kaido Assassin poses.
And that's a little bit of a feels bad, man, because that's not kind of the development you want to do on your turn 2. You want to, put Lady Lock plus ideally at least one another minion, for example. Or if you're going to put the Vindicator, you kind of want to vindicate something with it.
Yeah. It seemed like a better option than just an empty Lady Lock, though. Now, I'm a little surprised. Improbable Blob could have developed the Sword of Mechazor, but chooses to replace it instead at the end of that turn there.
That's surprising to me as well.
I know that sword wouldn't be using all of your mana on curve. Let me double check the Songhai deck. They do have one Mist Dragon Seal. That's what I was looking for. So the deck has the ability to move the sword around. I think they're on 3 Juxta as well. I feel like I would have liked the sword more for its potential threat.
I mean, considering that the 2 numbers of damage that we can expect from this Magmar deck with Flash Reincarnation that can happen are 2 or 4, not really 3. It's it has similar sturdiness to the Emerald Rejuvenator, but due to it being at the threat of being moved around the board with the frenzy, I think sort of Mechazor is actually a bit more scary than the Rejuvenator as a body on the board in this situation.
And looking at this positioning that Icy decided to go with for the Rejuvenator, I think the Juvi's Disciples just made a hard read that there might be swords present in Improbable Blob's deck. As usually against Songhai, you either keep your minions far enough away from you that Juxta doesn't matter, so they could be playing around a backstab Juxta play, or you play around Sword Frenzy with this sort of positioning.
I mean, if you see a minion-based Songhai and the Emerald Rejuvenators, but also the Healing Mystics really gave out. We're not talking about Spell High or Spell High-ish deck, but actually a minion-based mid-range style Songhai. The then Sword of Mechazor is one of your strongest, if not alongside Lantern Fox, the strongest option for 3 mana.
I do agree. The Healing Mystic and the Rejuvenator give a strong tell when you're playing against the Songhai, what kind of Songhai you're likely facing off against. An Improbable Blob turned up the heat here. They had a really good damage turn. Decided to heal the Rejuvenator instead of the Tusk Boar. I think a decent call because of Spirit Harvester. Because this pushes an extra 4 damage if Icy punches it with Harvester. Yeah. Rather than pushing an extra 3 damage if Icy plays Harvester. So I think it was the right call.
And also, if the Harvester was about to be not involved, like killing the boar, the boar was right near the wall. It also restricted the possible positioning options for your opponent.
That's a good point.
More
to make
than the Rejuvenator that was nearer to the middle of the board.
So Blob tap is untapped. Top decking mode. They decide to just play their hand out. Get all the value they can out of their minion that's gonna die the Harvester anyway. And they're really hoping to draw into damage, which they do have damage options, but not quite as efficient as Spell High. They're gonna have to get a little lucky. They also have no card drawing options whatsoever. There's no Heavens, there's no whatever the 1 mana one is for minions. I can't remember the name at the moment.
You mean Heartseeker?
No, the spell. 1 mana spell.
Oh,
you play
spell.
Minion and draw
Saber
a card.
Spines.
It has like a chalice as its icon. The name is escaping me, guys. Yo, chat, help me out here. Where are my Songhai mains at?
Sorry, and I was just a little bit.
They're not profit.
Yeah, I was lost in the thought, so I haven't heard the entirety of your description.
That's okay.
Yeah, okay.
The draw spell, the 1 mana draw spell Songhai has.
That's Ancestral Divination. No, draw a spell.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's draw a card for every minion you place.
Yeah. Ancestral Divination.
Afterwards.
That's the ticket.
That's
the ticket.
And to be honest, it feels like the good choice for a minion-based Songhai as a card draw, because you really kind of, I mean, you still have kind of enough spells to draw potentially impactful spells with Heaven's Eclipse, but you not playing Spellhai, you have not nearly the combo potential of this card. It starts being kind of expensive without having full-on spell combo. So you just want to draw cards, and Ancestral Divination seems to be a cheaper option.
Yeah, this deck is a lot more balanced, so I'm not sure Ancestral Divination makes a great option here. I just wanted to point out that they have no drawing options whatsoever, and it's starting to show, as Improbable Blob is relying on top decking, and we have 3 of our tech spells in hand, and we drew a Saber Spine Seal.
So...
they could leave that Spirit Harvester up and let it kill the other 2 things.
Yeah,
They
but
do choose to do that.
the problem is that obviously the Mechanter would have hit you, but still it would have hit you with kind of
Yeah,
the same
the
amount of damage.
harvester's getting the same value in here. It's
Yeah,
a
it's
tough call to make. Unfortunately, Improbable Blob just didn't draw the way they wanted to draw. And Icy played the Rejuvenator on the previous turn, so they have gotten out of the hyper dangerous range. Now we have an Archon. We're locked in with Lady Lock. Oh, what do we do here? I think we hit that concede button or smack the Archon and take it
uh,
like a man.
wait, it's their 9. I mean, he's technically not dead yet with Fox, Inner Focus,
Well,
Saber,
that'll be
Spine
4,
Steel.
6, 7, 8, 9. You can spend all
He,
9 of your mana to inner focus and cast 1 Phoenix Fire with the Saber Spine. Yeah, but you
you can
don't.
actually do a full clear here.
Can they do full clear? If you want to punch and take
Wait,
7, you're right.
yeah.
We
I mean,
could
no,
drop
wait. It's
to 2.
unless I am not seeing correctly, but you can. Uh, uh, oh, it's.
I think they're doing exactly what you were seeing. And you keep the fox alive here.
I mean, I honestly was thinking about not keeping Fox alive and use it with Saber Spine Seal to clear the Archon.
Ah, yes, they could have also done that and then punched the Lady Lock themselves. It would have saved them some damage. But they wouldn't have
Well,
developed the Healing Mystic. Because they would have had to pay for the extra spell, I think.
yeah, they would have need to use this Phoenix Fire. No, wait, they still have used it. The cost would be exactly the same. The only uh, change would have been that you would have 5 health more, and but your Lantern Fox would have been completely gone.
I think you're right. Yeah, the only sacrifice would have been the Lantern Fox. Now, plus 5
And
health didn't save them from Vindicated Elder. But definitely
but
something they could have considered. So
yeah,
I see. Now go on,
but
finish thought.
I mean, it's still a tough call because I mean, at this point, when being this low on health, it kind of really this 5 health matters a lot. But then again, you're playing a minion based deck. You need to try to contest the board, and with like if you keep yourself only with this one healing mystic, it's not really contesting it uh, by much.
Overall, I don't fault Improbable Blob for their play. They took a gamble at about the 6-7 mana turn. They did drop Icy down to 5. Gamble just didn't pay off at the end when they were in top deck mode. They just couldn't find that closer.
Yeah, I think that also, even if we don't like concentrate too much on the fact that I think there is insufficient card draw in this deck, in this Songhai deck, that even like with like knowing about it, still the draws were rather unlucky for Improbable Blob here.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. So Rook and Rollers are down to 2. They're avoiding the mirror match to the bitter end, deciding to send in Vanar. I don't know what Ibira references, but this is Ibira Vanar, which looks like it kind of takes me back to the earlier months standard jacks. You've got Archon back. You've got Tree. We're just missing some walls, I think. But a pretty classic looking Vanguard deck. Only 6 spells. The Hailstone, Chromatic Cold. Removal options. What do you think about this list here?
Uh, as you said, it feels like a very, very classic list. It's got this kind of. I think it's pretty balanced in which it has these late game options instead of like being a bit more aggressive. Um, but it also can be very aggressive with Lady Luck and the cheap minions that can get buff alongside it. Uh, there is 3 copies of like the cards relevant to the Jax combo. So we have 3 Jax Truces, 3 Razorbacks, and 3 Prophets. So like yeah, I think it's kind of good all around there. This kind of deck, yeah, I would I think it's uh, like how it is when you can be very aggressive but have some like staying power. Snow chasers also, unless dispelled or unless you have to put them on outside of your opponent's side of the board, also act as a bit of a card draw.
Yeah, that is true. They provide that nice little bit of extra sustain that Vanor often enjoys. Now, this list, they have the bigger late game pool, but with the downfall of Glacial Elemental, we have a lot less damage out of hand. So they're going to be very reliant on Magmar not answering everything all the time.
By the way, it's also a nice Elena skin.
Yes, Tepid Kong rocking. I don't have any of the skin names down. I'm very weak in that area, but we have Elena skin. Is that the Boreal variant? Something like that? Icy deciding to do a slow Vindicator opener instead of, or I didn't pay attention if the boy was in hand or if we drew the boy. I think we drew the boy.
Yeah, we drew. It wasn't in the opening hand.
Interesting Vindicator positioning. I know when I go second as Magmar, I like to move like 1 forward, so my general is facing the center tile, or threatening the center tile, and then the Vindicator is free to go 2 up or 2 down, or diagonal from that position, and then be 2 away from the other mana tile.
Yeah, it's kinda because usually I kind of think that the central position would have been a bit better for the general here, because usually when you go like diagonally up or down, it's mainly because you don't have other option to put your minion in a way that it threatens the mana tile. But with Vindicator, you don't have this restriction.
Very interesting
And
replace happening there.
That's weird. Like, why do you opt to keep 2 harvesters instead of something like more, say, readily available? Like, you could have drawn into like Lady Luck, for example, in which case it would be very strong 3+2 play.
I do get it because of what's happening right here. The middle tile was left open, so Harvester was on the table to be played. And your expectation, you see Chromatic Cold, you know you're dealing with Vanor. Your Harvester might get removed or answered, and You always have to respect Jack's true sides. Keeping the second one in hand. I think I understand the logic behind that.
Yeah, okay, I guess it's yeah. In this case, you kind of secure your strategy of just chopping down his minions to health at a time. Yeah, I also respect it.
Yeah, I think another idea to keep in mind is that the Phalanxer, or the boy, kind of works best with Lady Locke as the consensus, so it's more of a mid to late game card. You don't really need it in your early game.
Well, I mean, putting down this 5/5 provoke early on, it is a pretty strong play, I would say.
Absolutely. But how about a 5/5 provoke in tow with a 3/4 rebirth? You know, on 7 mana.
That we
So,
so yes, in this case, the one thing I learned the hard way is that if being in this situation, you put the second harvester, it doesn't kill off Fenrir completely.
now the second harvester will not kill Fenrir completely. Both harvesters will proc before any deaths occur and any new minion tokens show up. I don't think Icy wants to play the second harvester here, though. The one harvester is going to be more than sufficient at dealing with what Tepid did. Tepid in an awkward position. They kind of didn't really do anything. You know, the Snow Chaser is just going to go back to your hand. They saved the Araki, I guess, and sort of threw away a Mystic in the process. It's tough. It's the main criticism of Harvester's power, right? It's a perpetual board sweep every turn. It's very hard to deal with a creature that is constantly removing your board, and that is what we're going to see here. I don't.
What?
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe we roped. Maybe we roped and panicked if we didn't get the Healing Mystic to play. I think we kind of. I think Icy punched the Snow Chaser just kind of as a cheeky thing during the rope. They didn't need to do that, obviously. And they could have also healed their face instead of healing the Harvester back to full. I think what they wanted to do was Healing Mystic Harvester back to 5. So that was a big oops.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been oops, because, like, if you want that badly to damage your Spirit Harvester, why not going face instead? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have pushed 5 damage here.
So yeah,
Tepid's gonna be feeling good about that one. Harvester's just been donated for free. I see in the team, maybe the voices in the Magmar's head were getting too much to compute what the play should be. No, just going in with a lot of minion development. I like it.
Yeah, it's also rather anti-Macantor positioning going on.
Gotta love denying max value on that Macantor. If I see once...
In fact, there is Macantor in hand.
That's true. If I see once, they can do a flash play here and counter develop their own Lady Locke with more valuable Lady Locke while taking out the Snow Chaser. Replacing Flash though, so I don't think they want to do that.
I would also say that Harvester is an option, and I think he's going for it. Yeah,
Harvester,
here, so that
definitely an
Prophet
option.
cannot hit it, and you clear 2 other things with it.
I do like this over the problem with the Lady Lock play is you don't respect the Razorback, which is in Tepid Kong's hand right now. The only thing with this direction, you don't have to worry about this turn because the Harvester can't be answered while Jax is developed at the same time. But in the future, you're now down 2 Harvesters. This is the second one. So Jack's tree sight is looking a little bit stronger for Tepid. Should he come up? And I think Jax is kind of a given for nearly every Vanner list in Team Wars so far. I think we're looking to box Icy in, so pretty good Hearth Sister movement. They had to think about that for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think this turn
Yeah.
combined with last turn definitely signals to me at least that Razorback's probably ready to go in hand. And there's a bit of a conundrum here.
Yeah, and
You can Macken toward the top right tile and get rid of the Fenrir War Master and the Hearth Sister, and then take out the Chaser again yourself. Actually replacing a Mecantor, looking for some other option.
I mean, there's still second Mecantor in hand, so
Yes, yes.
It, I guess it wouldn't have. I mean, you have
You
a
can
lot
make
of
a
2 drops. You
yeah,
have
you can
Lady
make a
Lock
very
also.
good Lady Lock turn here. I think I would put Lady Lock on the bottom right. The Phalanx are behind me. And then the probably the young Silithar is somewhere else. Looks like we're doing Lady Lock on the bottom left. Silithar next to the Fenrir. It's a little bizarre.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't clear the Snow Chaser. Oh wait, he did.
He hit the Hearth Sister.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
hit Heart Sister. Yeah, there was Heart Sister also, right? Yeah,
Yes,
so
yes.
that's right.
So I think if I was doing the Lady Lock play, I do like the turn generally, but I don't know about the positioning. I feel like I would have set things up so I had the most favorable trades for me, where none of my stuff can die. So
Yeah,
like
'cause
Phalanx
now,
are top right, beats the Fenrir down. I think
yeah,
Lady Lock on the bottom right, so General and Snow Chaser can't trade into it. And then Young Silithar bottom left because I don't care if the General hits that or not. But this sort of play definitely says I'm looking to kill you in the next turn with this 5 damage Phalanx. Sorry. Yeah, my play would have been a lot more defensive. This is a lot more offensive.
and I mean you have 5 plus 5, 10 damage already to your face with those provoked minions. And well, there is still some burst potential. It is quite risky, really, to not put the tree defensively.
Yeah, this is interesting placement on Tepid's part too. They put the tree offensively.
And now kinda Icy needs only to replace into Flash Reincarnation, essentially. But that's not it.
Yeah,
Oh, and he actually
they
replaced the
actually
thing that.
replaced the Elder. Yeah, I agree. I would have
Uh,
kept the Elder and looked for lethal with a flash on the replace. 9 to 5 was 14. Yeah, 6 to 17. It would have been
and
lethal
I think
damage.
that's a right play here. Just metamorphosis on all of these and do the full clear while keeping your opponent locked. Oh,
Not clearing that
or
pesky
not.
snow chase, or what was it? It wasn't a snow chase anymore. The
Ah,
tree. I forget the name of the token. But going face with
okay,
the
that's
phalanx
yeah,
there.
yeah. That's actually right. I kind of forgot it was already just 1-1, so like not really a bit a big downgrade on this guy.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, for newer players especially, figuring out that balancing act of, yeah, Icy could have cleared the entire board there, but is this 1-1 really a problem? That's 5 damage going face you would miss. And you gotta strike that balance to play at the high tiers like these two.
Yeah, and the thing is that even if, for example, well, because this 1-1 could be like buffed to 5-1 by 2 Razorbacks, but then your opponent is still dead because you have still there are 7 damage on the board left, and you have Macantor in hand, and he can't do anything more than those two Razorbacks, which also wouldn't have been very likely, but technically, like thinking about what's the worst possible thing that can happen if I leave this 1-1 alive. in
Yeah.
in many cases, it's like if your opponent kind of like heals yourself up or taunts yourself up, etc. Then for other minions turned to magma, if they return to their previous states, it would be a problem. For example, the tree, if it becomes a tree again, it will suck a lot.
Yeah.
So it's then important to clear those. But yeah, I take back what I said about full clear. I kind of forgot it was only the 1-1. This one minion, so it was correct to just leave it out.
It led to lethal on the following turn, as we saw with the Vindicator, and a lot of power coming to Tepid's face. So we are moving on to the next game in this set. The Rook and Rollers only have one faction left, so they're gonna have to win this mirror match that they have decided to avoid. And we can see it is
And
Mechazor Magmar.
I I mean, there was a time I kind of thought about how can we make Mechazor work for every faction, and I thought like, in Magmar we can give Rush to Mechazor by the means of Vindicator. So that's like I think the main idea behind even making Magmar. Uh, the the problem is still, I think, and it's addressed with Ghost Links and Artifact Hunters here. The problem is cycling, I think, a little bit.
Yes, they do
Um,
lack some drawing and cycling options. I am grinning at the other card I'm noticing in this Mech Magmar deck. You noticing what I'm noticing?
uh,
Guys,
I'm
Chrysalis Burst is in a competitive tournament deck here. We're looking to
oh
copy Mechazords.
oh okay. So I mean the graphic is very similar. I thought it's just Eggmorph, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's actually Chrysalis. Okay.
Yeah. We have triple Chrysalis Burst.
Yeah, that's
Mech.
definitely interesting.
I kind of hope this deck succeeds. Just on that alone. So the other interesting thing to point out, which I think might be doing a little bit too much with the Mechasaur, you mentioned the lack of draw. They actually added in the artifact hunters to seek out the couple of Twin Fangs that are in there.
Well, the deck is definitely putting a bit more damage on the minions than usual with the. Uh, are they officially pronounced Kuyatas, not Kujatas?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the official would be. As an American, I tend to call them Kujata with the heavy J, but I can see Kuyata with the soft J. Both probably work.
Okay, because I always called them Kujatas until I've actually heard in one of the previous Team Wars streams the name Kuyata, which surprised me a bit. So yeah, okay. So
I
I'm gonna
think
keep the.
I think you can do either or. Depends on your personal flavor.
Okay, so we see another double 2-drop opening, which in this case, considering your opponent has only one minion with only 2 health, and it's the minion you kinda want to kill, seems like a good call.
Yeah, I see no reason not to do a double 2-drop opener, especially against an aggressive Kujata placement. Now,
And if I remember correctly, there was also an option of playing the boy, but instead, probably for the sake of mobility, it's young Silithar, not the boy. That in many matchups you would prefer to put this 4/4 in the middle spot, which is also one of the best general occasions to utilize this card outside of it being like lady locked or vindicated.
I do think that is an interesting point to raise, and they may have wanted to. Did they have the Archon in hand? They may have wanted to ramp, if possible. Possibly also expecting the Kujata to retreat rather than get buffed by a Primordial Gazer and pose a threat for trade and damage. I think GV's disciples must have their minds boggled at this point. You're like, okay, we've got a wings, we've got an artifact hunter, so we're dealing with a Twin Fang Mechasaur deck probably.
Yeah, though it could also be the point like artifact hunter. It also helps just as a card draw. In fact, you like it. I can totally imagine in some cases the artifact being replaced just to get your max options, but with that many minions on the board, which means many ways of damaging the minions, I kind of feel you can get some mileage out of this Twin Fang.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if they do get the mileage out of it. Because
You
this
can
is a really
technically-
good turn to equip it.
Yeah, you equip it. It's buffed to 4 when your minions trade with one boy. Then you kill the other boy, and you have 5 damage Twin Fang with 2 durability. And you also can pop in the Ghostlings because why not?
That's exactly what we're going with. The only line to make.
We also haven't seen any dancing blades, so we can position it like this.
Yeah, they face Icy. This is 4 or 5 matches over now, they should be pretty comfortable with what this Magmar deck is packing at this point.
And it's Archon played defensively. Well, it's kind of obvious that playing it here offensively would have meant it might have just been killed with the twin-fanged general.
Yeah,
So
Zohan, I can't refer to it as Phalanx anymore. It has to be the boy.
yeah, it's, I think it's already established.
Official canon name change when. Alright, sorry I'm not chiming in as much. I am prepping something in the background here. Okay. Henry Cater. Do you want to get into a standoff situation when you do not have a silhouette tracer? Or do you want to approach and just trade away against that Archon and possibly a Macintor clearing your artifact?
This is kinda. I mean, it's. I guess it would have been one of the turns where if I was on Henry Cator place here, I would have been very glad to hear the opinions of my teammates, because it's it's a little bit of a tough call because you know, but when somebody places, and especially places kind of big threat, also this defensively, it's kind of this like, come at me, bro. Yeah, you kind of feel that something is going on, that there is some kind of trap possible in this situation. But all in all, like, you can't also try to wait out too much with your artifact, really, because then it's you kind of give your opponent even more time to deal with it without getting full value. And here it is like, in a way, you've kind of cleared a lot of stuff with this artifact, including the ones that were just thrown at you. But at the expense of quite a large chunk of your life. Still, though, we're not talking about playing against Songhai. It isn't like 11 damage isn't really hopeless against Magmar that doesn't run the Elucidator combo.
Well, with what we've seen so far, they should know that the most damage they can do is 11 if you stand next to him and they play Vindicator Elder. Otherwise, it's 9 at a distance with Vindicator Elder.
Yeah, still though, right now they would have needed to. Wait, no. With Archon on the board, they can't even, I think, do it with double flash, because it would have been like, it's 3 plus 7. It's 12 minus 4. It's 8, and you have only 7 mana available. So they kind of know it's out of question.
Good thing too. You just replaced in the double flash. Almost had the full puzzle. Potentially.
Still though, this
Now, before the previous turn happened, Henry Cater went in to box Icy, but I think considering he's running a Mechazor Magmar deck, he probably had the option to break away there and let the game play out. Now we're in a much more difficult position. dealing with a Lady Lock, and you know your opponent has Lady Locks.
Yeah, and that's another point I also wanted to make here, that in a way, like, this Big 12 thing kinda, I guess it gave the incentive to push for damage move forward, but that's, like, I think, sort of a maybe paradoxical nature of this deck, that in a way, usually, at least usually when playing max, you really want to deal the damage mostly with Mechazor. You want to be alive long enough to summon this Mechazor.
Yeah, I think
And
they may have bit off more than they could chew. They kind of shifted into a really aggressive position, but
and
they weren't equipped
now,
to keep that push going strong. I think this is lethal
yeah,
here.
it is.
This is not the last set, Dual Track. We have one more set we're going to cover today, and it looks like we're going to be heading into that set as Icy has just sweeped the Rook and Rollers with their Magmar. Damn. That game could have been entirely different had they chosen not to approach on that one turn. I think that was really key.
But on the other hand, we haven't really seen that many mech pieces. Like, you're playing mech deck in this situation, you still are very far from this goal, and you are a little bit on the clock, as your opponent has some healing, has those Silithor Elders, and you're also not very hard on removal with your deck.
Yeah, you make a
So
good point on the Silithar Elder aspect. Maybe they felt that they couldn't let a Silithar Elder develop. But you are running Mechazor. I don't know. I feel like you might have had the luxury to make that gambit. To push for your Mechazor before their Elder becomes a problem. But who can say for sure? Smarty, yeah, if you want to come in, you're free to cast with Andreas. And how are you holding up, Andreas? We have one more set for the evening.
soon it will start being bright again outside the window where I live, but I think I'm still good to go.
Well,
Wow,
wonderful
that's
to hear.
dedication.
I don't have an icon for you right away, Smarty, but we're leaving this screen at the moment anyway. Moving into the final set of the night with Smarty joining us, and I needed to update the Twitch thing anyway, but it is... Yeah, let me hear how you two like to pronounce. I like to call them Teos.
I call them IG or Team IG
Team
because that's the
Ig.
first word in there that, like, stands out, and I can't pronounce most of the other, the next couple. So I just go with it.
I like it.
I think it's quite important to them that everybody pronounces their name differently. So I'm happy to help that approach.
All right, excellent.
I also feel that the name The Egg sticked in my mind way more than the TIAS acronym.
I'm used to the acronym because I'm typing with it all the time. I have to shorthand it somewhere. So I will be getting ready with game one of these two, and I'll get the decks on screen soon. But what do you guys think about these two teams?
Oh, I'm biased because I'm on one of them.
That is correct. This is the perfect time for you to join in. You can do some reflective commentary.
Yeah. I guess I'll try and avoid spoilers, so I won't talk too much about this match before it happened. We had some exciting plans going in.
Excellent. Did the plans fall through at some point? Or is that to
I will
be
comment on that
determined?
during the games.
Nice. Alright, 1 second here.
But yeah, like Team Egg is full of quite a few strong players. Cranky and Zohan in particular are people I really respect. Just sort of really phenomenal at the game. And then on Humans End, I think, again, I'm biased, but big fan of everyone on it. I'm the person responsible for this incredible art on screen currently. And you can really tell I put my heart and soul into the whole thing.
I love the artwork for your teams, Luke.
Yeah,
Alright.
me too.
So, for the lead matchup, it seems like the Eggs are sending in Vitruvian. I think the first time Vitruvian is leading in Team Wars. Very unique lead. Humans bringing in their Magmar list. I am curious to hear, because we heard on week 1 the opinions of Grinch and Faroka on this particular Magmar list. They're not huge fans of this Hollow Grove Keeper sort of a Kron. What do you two think about this sort of Magmar?
Well, uh, first of all, this list kinda has. It feels so much abracadabra that you, I guess, can't feel more abracadabra than this.
It's funny you
And
say that.
it's and well, I mean, it kind of gives him quite good results, actually. Um, but I guess it's also the like being very familiar with this list and with Magmar in general. Like he is one of the most accomplished Magmar specialists out there. Because it is quite quirky after all. It also doesn't have tons of like direct removal options. Like from if we look at the Magmar lists we've seen so far, it's like who can play with less spells. Let's let's bet. And here we have
Yeah.
only 3, and all are Flash reincarnations. So this is just essentially a supplementary spell for putting out minions. So it's like really a pure minion-based deck.
Yeah, Abracadani sort of is of the opinion that instead of trying to, deal with what your opponent's doing, if you're playing Magmar, you might as well just leverage the fact that you have a bunch of really strong cards proactively, and then use them to eke out, like to just sort of very aggressively take games. I do think we should talk about the other deck as well, though, because as we can see in the opening hand here, this is a Jax True Sight Vitruvian deck.
Very exotic Jack's cheese site. So Bald Eagle mentioned it looks like a Mazer list, but it has Jax. This is an interesting choice.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jax is not particularly exciting against Magmar. It just dies to Spirit Harvester. So we might. It's only going to be played if Kieran is desperate, I think, is what I would expect to happen here. And I don't actually remember what happens in this particular game. So I'm just as excited as everyone else. I don't think I was even in the voice call for this one. I was asleep at this point, I believe.
Oh, excellent. It'll be a fresh experience for you as well as us. I do think the Jax will be difficult to play in this particular matchup. And this Zeus style list against the Magmar list, I feel like has a harder time due to your ability to get some rush frenzy going. It's tough to say though. Both of these lists are completely devoid of spells or reactive removal spells. I really have no idea how this is going to turn out.
I think it's going to be quite sort of snowbally, especially on the vet end. You don't have many ways to come back. You just got to try and keep applying pressure and make sure you don't fall behind. Magma has a few more tools like Mercantor and Spirit Harvester to solve problems like that. But in general, both decks are just trying to get on board early and stay there for as long as possible. And you can see, you know, Portal Guardians maybe coming down this turn, and then Abracadani's hand will also has a couple of snowbally threats, right? With the Merkblood Devourer, where if it can stick, it'll help power out Strongboards, or Vindicator, maybe enabling a Hollow Grovekeeper next turn.
Well, I kinda like the Portal Guardian Primus Fist play here. Like utilizing both tiles, developing and already starting to buff this Portal Guardian, and you can also potentially play the Primus Fist in a way that blocks the General from attacking the Portal Guardian. It's not exactly this play. That was what I would have in mind here.
Yeah, it's really strong. The only real way Abracadani can remove this Portal Guardian is with Ephemeral Shroud, and even after that, Portal Guardian really likes getting, you know, First Wish or Primus Fist. Let's not verbify that one. And so it's just a really strong card in this matchup. It's weak to natural selection, but as we know, that's not being played currently. So yeah, just absolutely great opener from Kieran here. And you can see Abra's kind of thinking hard about what to do here.
Yeah, because it's kind of like whatever you'll do, like you will develop the board, but in most cases you kind of won't do anything too immediately, may I say. And seems he's going for developing Merkblood in the backline. He goes entirely to the backline, so that this way. Well, also with the potential help of Flash Reincarnation, if it survives, he and is not dispelled, and I guess it will be dispelled. But in the other case, it would have been able to buff 2 things the next turn already. With one of this being Vindicator, for example, it's like, say, the best case scenario. And I think, is it being played though? Because I guess if I was Bracadania, I would have thought about increasing the chance of, for example, getting this like Flash Vindicator Hollow Grovekeeper.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran has Flash Vindy Hollow Grovekeeper is like on the cards for this turn, but Kieran's playing around it really well. It's kind of rough. You can use it to clear the Portal Guardian, and I wouldn't be shocked if that's what Abra ended up doing. But compared to the amount of damage that could have done if Kieran had been even slightly less careful, that's really well done.
Ooh. Yeah, that could have been devastating. Now it still would be kind of good, and that's also what I would have personally done here. It's Flash Vindicator, Hollow Growth Keeper, and use Hollow Growth Keeper and my General to clear the Portal Guardian completely. 2-4, I guess, clears the 2-2, and the Vindicator kind of stays. One thing though
I think the
about
Hollow Grove Keeper is in the wrong
Vindicator,
spot.
I
The
mean,
Hollow
that's
Grove
one
Keeper
thing.
should have been below Vath, such that it couldn't be cleared by Kieran's
Mm.
General. I think we talked about this in the post-mortem.
Yeah. One other option that could have also been considered is if the Vindicator was right above Hollow Grove Keeper, thus preventing the General's attack, the potential General's attack, and Miracle Blood Devourer provoking the Araki.
Yeah, that definitely could have been an option as well. Now this is a really bad spot for Abra. Scarab is really good against all Magmar decks, really, but especially ones that play no Metamorphosis, no ways to slow it down. They really struggle to deal with Scarab cleanly. And Abra's deck, the only way we could possibly have stopped this is by making a chain and ephemeral shrouding it. Otherwise, it's guaranteed to get blasts off, as I imagine is about to happen.
Yeah, Abra's list definitely wants to stay near the enemy general in case a minion like this shows up at the very least. I almost feel like your only true answer is a Vindicator play with Flash Sword of a Crown there.
Yeah, because even if you dispel it, it's still a 4/7, which is pretty ginormous. Yep, Jax gets replaced by Kieran. Makes sense. Don't want to give yourself some random loss conditions when you're doing this well.
It's good to keep the Jax secret from you guys as well. I'm curious how the Jax will perform overall, because the only card they have to benefit it is Primus Fist and First Wish. Oh, I guess Syzygy. Syzygy Jax, huh?
Syzygy Jax is kind of cute. I think the main reason they're playing Jax is even an unbuffed Jax is very hard for Vitruvian and most Abyssian decks to answer cleanly. And Abyssian in particular is a pretty common lead in this tournament.
Well, that's a very good point that you bring up there.
Yeah.
I wonder if that is the logic behind that Jax inclusion, is to possibly stop an Abyssian lead from you guys.
Because many teams have elected to lead such, Jax weak decks. I think it is a really smart thing. If that was their plan, I'm a big fan, because that's very sort of spicy. Bald Eagle PC in the chat says that it could also be anti-Vanar tech, which is true. Vanar is really atrocious at dealing with Jax. The only thing there is that playing Vitruvian into Vanar is very risky, because Vanar will also be playing Jax, and Vitruvian themselves can really struggle to deal with Jax. So it's a bit of a coin flip, really. Or can be if Jaxes start coming down. About who finds them first, or who gets to 6 mana first.
Yeah, you almost put yourself in a who goes first and who goes second position with that matchup, and I think whoever goes second might have the slight advantage there.
Yes. Generally, in the Vanar mirror, it's quite important to, if you're going first, fight really hard to secure to save a mana tile, to keep it safe for when you can ramp into Jax before the opponent. Otherwise, it's pretty tough to win.
I'm kind of.
But that's a very different matchup to what's happening right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. I was gonna chime in. I kind of feel a little mag sad for Abracadabra at what we just witnessed. The Mechantor going face into a Scarab and then nothing really being achieved there.
Yeah, it's just setting up for the Harvester next turn. Because it has a +1 attack from the Akrane, they're now at 2, so it's, you know, it's ready to go.
And I do like that the Akron's being kept out of range of the Starfire Scarabs, but they left the Hollow Grove Keeper in range. I don't think it could have gone that way, though, maybe.
I mean, I'm just thinking, would it have been that sacrilegious to go with the Vath and hit one of those scarabs? Because if your opponent wants to put the damage to your face, he still is able to do it with those scarabs, and now you would have one of them gone while taking essentially even a little bit less damage as it wouldn't have been buffed like it is now. I mean, the main reason to not do it is that it would require your general to move farther away from your but then again, you would have actually then opted to not keep the sword that much behind, because of course there is a concern that if you go too far away from your minions, they kinda aren't there to rescue you from trouble. Well, I think that would have been also a line of playing that might have been worth considering.
Yeah, for sure. Stepping forward, being more aggressive with that could have been a good thing. It's very tough to line it up in such a way that the scarabs can't just start picking off your minions if you send them in to support you. And if you don't send them in to support you, then you can get trapped by Lady Lock boards and sort of torn apart, which is sort of happening here anyway. So maybe that was worth it. Because now we're getting the best part of any Zoom era, a Lady Lock turn being responded to by a Lady Lock turn. Truly, this is peak Duelyst. And, yeah.
Hey, we need to keep this board in lockdown state as best as possible. Nobody move anywhere.
I don't think this is lethal. At least, yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Now it is one off. Now it's one off with double shroud. Syzygy.
You need 4 damage, right? So 1 off with Syzygy, giving 3, and double shroud. The only way they're gonna find it is if they had a
yeah, but
what do you call
even
it? First wish.
Primus. Yep. Fast wish. They wouldn't have had enough mana for double shroud. So
yeah. Being locked to 8 mana, I think Abracadabra has skirted with fate about as much as they could on this turn. How many mislethals today? Well, about 3-ish that I tracked. 1 from Jay, and 2 from Incognito. Gonna throw names under the bus.
Yeah, I like this the play that Kieran did here. Just as we all calculated, the lethal was not quite there, so instead just value removing the main threats keeping board presence. He's quite healthy. Things are looking good.
Zohan raising a good
Absolutely.
remark there, though. Did they miss out on their blast portion of the syzygy?
They did. They used it on a Primus Fist, and then instead of using the blast on it, they just walked it into a thing and traded it. They were running out of time. I
Oh,
think this has
right.
come up a lot. The Team Wars. Part of playing in Team Wars is that you may get to have some interesting discussions in 90 seconds that can make it difficult to fully play your turns efficiently.
Yeah. Tomorrow all the viewers will be able to see some absolutely horrible results of exactly this happening in at least one of my matches. It will be horrible.
It'll be on display for many as well. I
Yeah.
hope you're ready for that. So we have another Lady Locked turn with fairly good security all around for whatever Vitruvian could possibly do to you.
Yeah, though I
Is this lethal again? Or am I going crazy?
Against the 3 provokes at least.
Not quite. I don't think.
Well,
But you do have a pretty fantastic blast.
that is a fantastic blast. It would be, what, only 7 though, otherwise?
Yeah, not quite. The provokes are hard to get through. But I mean, look at that lineup. Second Syzygy, kablam.
I think this game has demonstrated some of the best Syzygy value.
It was lethal. It was lethal.
yeah.
You know what? For some reason, I didn't add the 3 damage from Syzygy. I only added the 1 from Primus.
Yeah, I just didn't think about, oh yeah, you could use the blast to clear the provokes rather than, hitting face. Well, good job to Kieran for finding that lethal. They sort of did a great job of managing Spirit Harvester, which can be pretty tough for this sort of Zuvet deck. And yeah, converted it into a win. Congrats.
Absolutely.
This game was a blast.
Alright, moving into game 2. It seems that Humans has decided to send in Abyssian to deal with this Vitruvian threat. Alright, what do you think of this list, Andreas? This is, I like to call it standard Abyss, because I feel like besides the keepers here, it's about what you see everywhere on the ladder for the most part. You've got your end game, you got Dancing Blades for value in the mid game, and the typical Abyssian spell package, Void Pulse and Demonic Lure.
I wouldn't call it like entirely standard. One thing that you have already pointed out are the keepers, but also I think Alsuins or Alcuins, not entirely sure how to pronounce it. Are
It's a made-up word. You can do either one.
Well, that's nice flexibility. Are also not quite a standard choice in Abyssian decks. We also see no grasps, which are actually more common than Alcuins. We see the standard Shadow Creep package, and well, Demonic Lures, which are kind of pretty obvious inclusion. They're just generally an obvious inclusion in Abyssian decks, but especially when you're running the creeps.
I think so. As someone with insider info on this deck list, the main goal of it is to be a creep deck that's built rather than having to sort of contest against ladder, where some of the players might not necessarily play around things like Grasp. In Team Wars, we can expect that people are trying their best, and so we'll consider cards like Grasp, even if you aren't necessarily playing them, because of the threat of them being there. So it's less risky to just remove them from your deck and then get run over, because people will change their plays to try and avoid them. And then Keeper is in to just make it slightly greedier, to make it be able to go over the top of other creep decks by keepering healing, or like Lore Masters to just get more cards, and in general sort of have stronger cards in the late game than other creep decks. That's the way it's built.
Yeah, definitely the Oswins help with getting those creeps to stack up. At least when we were playing against this very deck during first week, we've actually had Nungered also win another Shadow Nova. And it was impactful. So yeah, it's an interesting really choice, and I also do agree that Grasp of Agony is one of those cards that kinda gets you get less and less mileage from the more experienced players you're playing against. Still, though, I mean, I try to, and usually, but not always, succeed in playing around Grasp. But playing around Demonic Lure Grasp is a whole different story, and is something that is extremely tough and sometimes even impossible to do. So, you already have those 3 demonic lures there. It's
So you
kinda feels
feel
like
Grasp is kind of like so good with Demonic Lure, why not include it more often than not?
sort of, but not necessarily in like 3 copies, or something. This is more, I guess, the domain of the very aggressive Abyssian decks, where they don't really want the Grasp as. I mean, if it acts as a board clear, they of course will be happy, but they don't need it to be a good board clear. They need it to push face damage. And here, it's, well, I mean, it's kind of understandable play here.
Yeah, so it's a pretty, like, a reasonable lead on board for Kieran. And it's just kind of a tough turn in general for Nanga to figure out. Because the Spectral Blade, if you use that to clear the Iraqi, you're sort of wasting it. You don't get the 2 health off, you still take 6. So instead, we elected to use one of our proper clears. I mean, just leave this Dancing Blades around, because if it does anything, we have a Night Sorrow for it.
Yeah. I also quite like this play, because really the only other one was Night Sorrow Healing Mystic, but then again, I mean, as we can see, another Night Sorrow would have been drawn, most probably. But if it wasn't, then and for example, the Dancing Blades hit, say, something with 2 attack, like your Healing Mystic. I mean, in case you positioned it, that it would have been able to, or your artifact is cleared and hits you, and gets only 2 damage, then Dancing Blades doesn't kill it completely. So this way you're like you guarantee yourself full value out of Dancing Blades. You clear the most problematic threat at this moment, and you develop the board. I kind of like it. One thing I might have considered here, and I need to maybe think, because maybe it's obvious why you wouldn't like to do it, but I would have considered going to down with General instead of going diagonally to the center. Like this way, I
Going
kind
to
of
the center stops Sage and Dancing Blades from clearing your own Dancing Blades.
Okay, that's a good point.
That was the main reason. So this turn is actually an interesting case study of playing around Grasp. Kieran put the Primus Fist in a position where it didn't buff both things, because if it did, his whole board died to a Grasp of Agony. And that's sort of the power of being Abyssian in general, is that people have to respect your cards like Grasp and just put themselves in worse positions than they otherwise would.
Yeah, so I mean that creates an interesting dynamic on like the meta level, because it means that guys who put Grasp in their Abyssian decks are doing a great service to those who don't, because people will still like take some like their opponents will still take some cost by playing around Grasp, which means your minions are positioned a bit less optimally if the Grasp didn't exist, and you are free to run other cards.
Yes,
Other
absolutely.
than Grasp.
I would say that my team has a 7th member, and that's every Abyssian player on ladder who runs Grasp. Thank you all. You're doing us a great service. So now it's like kind of Kieran's in trouble. Like the Zoo Vet deck, as we discussed earlier, can really struggle once it gets behind on board. And here, well, it's pretty behind, and we're heading into the really nasty 7 mana turns of the, Abyssian deck, with Shadow Nova and Spectral Revenant both being threatened now. And they're both in hand for Nangat, so we can pick whichever one he wants to use, depending on the scenario.
Yeah, the health lead doesn't really help Zoo Vitruvian out particularly, because they can't do anything without having a board to work with.
Also, Nangat's deck has a lot of healing because of, triple Mystic, triple Rejuve, triple Void Pulse, and Elsuans to rebuy Void Pulses, and Keepers to rebuy Rejuves and Mystics. So, in general, it's very safe to get quite low with this deck. As long as you aren't in lethal range, you can normally make your way back up at a later date.
And you aren't playing against Songhai.
Yes, against Songhai, you do all of that, but you make sure to do it as soon as possible. And even then, it's still a pretty tough matchup.
And you've got like 7 in your hand already.
The Abyssian choices are truly vast. I think he could raise a solid argument for, I suppose, Novaing Face and the minion, and even ignoring this Portal Guardian to a degree. But I'm guessing a Revenant is coming down to prioritize Portal Guardian, which is also completely fine.
Yeah, I think I would also prioritize the Portal Guardian. I mean, we're talking about Syzygy deck. We're also talking about deck that really can't do shit without having the board.
Yeah, so in this scenario, I remember we were discussing we just got to keep them off the board, and then we will win. So it's fine to just, even if the Revenant isn't in range necessarily of their general, we can still lure something in to get burst damage in later. It's just, just keep him down, keep pressing, and then eventually the game will end in our favor. Don't want to let them stick anything, because then they can do some miracle plays and get back into the game.
There really is no reason to take that risk.
Although playing Revenant against Vitruvian is a little scary, just in general, because they have this wonderful card called Mirage Master, which isn't in Kieran's deck, fortunately, but we didn't know that at the time, and we were a little worried that we could get like Spectral Revenant Mirage Mastered and then sort of sneakily murdered that way. But fortunately, not an issue.
Well, I mean, at 7 mana, it wouldn't be that devastating yet, but at 8 mana, when you're 12 and he would be able to put them in close enough proximity to you,
I will
would
tell
have
you,
been able to play 2, even,
a
potentially.
Spectral Revenant with Blast can be absolutely devastating.
Oh yeah, that's another thing.
That's something to worry about. But here, it's just a pretty simple lethal.
Yeah, but
Lots of ways we can do it.
But he still would have needed 8 mana.
Yes, he didn't
and-
have a mana. He didn't have a mana. That's like absolutely correct. Just I don't know. I wanted to raise that point because I think it's a fun one to think
Yeah,
about.
that's also a very good point.
The ending was a little bittersweet for Kieran because they couldn't even really opt the block in that situation, as the Revenant was just too devastating regardless of another one coming out of hand.
Yeah.
Alright.
So no Jaxes. Coming out
Yeah,
of
I'm
this.
sad I didn't get to see
this
any
fair deck.
Jaxes, so you guys went on completely unaware that Jax was even there.
And I think we dodged a bullet in this matchup. Like Jax is pretty good against a Visivisian deck. We do have Blood Tears, but no other real clean ways of dealing with mini Jaxes. So
Alright, coming up
on them.
next in Game 3, they're bringing in the Vanguard. Deal with your Abyssian.
And it's a bit slower than our list, as we can see. I mean, it still can pack a bit of punch, but not as much without Lady Locks. I would say it's also a bit greedy. But well, still, like compared to some other vanilla lists, it has a very strong late game potential. It also has quite a lot of sustainability, I would say, with those 3 rejuvenators and 3 healing mystics still packed in there. Doesn't have card draw really, but also doesn't really need it, having relatively high mana curve. And the removal options are the traditional ones, really, the chromaticals, hailstones, and
Aspect of the
Heartful
Mountains is
Sisters.
pretty interesting.
Yeah, there is one aspect of the mountains. It is a very situational card, but it can be situationally excellent.
Absolutely. I'm a huge fan of Aspect of the Mountains. I'm a little less high on it when you aren't playing 1-drops, so Snow Chasers usually, because those give you great 7 mana turns as opposed to having to wait till 8. But like Half Sister Aspect of the Mountains is an absolutely phenomenal way to clear boards as Vanar, which often can struggle to clear boards. So people, you know, it's just great to have options.
Yeah.
Here we've got a very crawly start from Nangat. Hard to tell whether that's good or bad. But anyway, where you had something to say.
Well, I think it's a pretty straightforward Araki start for Ghost Driver. And pretty straightforward Void Pulse replays for.
I think I wanted
We
to.
had a long discussion about
Oh
what
my.
we should do here. I remember this. It was like, how many do we play? Because having no cards in hand at the end of turn is really scary. We don't want to be at the mercy of the top of our deck. We'd rather have, you know, like some replaces and see what's going on there. So we decided to just play 2 to steal the mana tile that Ghost Driver was going for, make the turn a little more awkward. But not play the 3rd one, show a little bit of restraint, because otherwise we could get stranded with like no play next turn.
And I mean that's. I mean, to be honest, but maybe not in Team Wars, but if it was a normal game, I guess I would have been tempted to play all 3 just to meme, really.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. If you're on ladder, you just play all 3 of them. Done.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job. Think of how much creep that'll be. Your first Shadowhova is going to do 7 damage.
It's
4.
gonna feel really
I guess
good later.
it might get dispelled. It is Vanar. It is Vanar, so maybe a crawler or 2 could die without leaving behind a creep. But this turn's pretty good for Ghost Driver, right? It's a little unfortunate. I remember discussing this. They forgot that the crawler would leave behind a creep, and then they walked their Iraqi headhunter right onto it, which is not ideal.
Yeah, I like that they paused before attacking there, as they were realizing the grave error that was made.
Does this show emotes? Do the replays show emotes? Because I'm pretty sure they said "oops" after that.
It should pick up emotes. I've seen emotes picked up before. Maybe some get missed.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
And well,
maybe they didn't. I just made it up. I just thought they ought to have oopsed.
Fun thing though is that if you had this 3rd crawler up and you smashed it, right now this creep would completely kill the Araki.
Yeah. So that would have been pretty nice. It's in hindsight, I mean, like, clearly looking at this game, it would have been better, but that involves drawing well and your opponent just putting their 2-drop onto your creep. So not necessarily
not the most probable set of events.
Yeah, Nangu
Here we just
has...
the mana tile.
I was gonna say Nangu has some access to spell recursion to help refill the hand later, and Keeper the Veil as well, but I think I wouldn't have wanted to take that risk either. Just 2 creepers at the start would have been what I would have gone with.
So we wanted to take the mana tile because otherwise, bad things can happen. Although still, it's unfortunate looking like they'll have 6 mana next turn to set up a Jax. But hey, it's not in their hand yet, so
The
could be avoided.
ever-present Jax fear. Almost kind of like the Grasp of Agony fear, except it's actually realized all the time because they always bring it.
Yes.
Well,
so this turn, is this just a Razorback turn? Do they play a crawler? I actually can't remember this one.
If they want a Razorback, they won't play that crawler too. It looks like they want to dispel your other creep guy.
I mean, I kind of feel the Razorback play wouldn't be out of question. You would have been able to clear Killing Mystic with Killing Mystic, deal 4 damage to the face. That one might have been cleared with the General.
Preserving a Razorback does mean that if you draw Jax, you're just good to go. You go Jax, and then you have a Razorback next turn to just sort of win on the spot. That's a pretty strong reason to keep it, I think. And here they play around Dancing Blades. Good on them. Makes our life a little harder.
Yeah.
Keeps the Mystic safe. Like, obviously, the Rust Crawler died. We also mispositioned here. I remember this discussion. We should have put Maev... Oh, no. I remember I said we should have put Maev 1 forward, but that was actually wrong, because that makes us much worse into Jax. So this play, I now see was better. But this is the sort of thing that can come up in Team Wars. There's a bunch of people have different ideas about positioning, and, it doesn't look like it in the games, but there's lots of stuff going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's true. Th- That's I put it out earlier. We have this like we see only I mean, okay, there are some highlighted squares on the board that can um, make hints of what's going on behind the scene, but we're mainly just seeing the effects of all the brainstorming going on out there.
So here is kind of a tough turn for Ghost Driver. This is something that can happen to Vanar fairly often in the mid game if they don't have like a big proactive like 6 or 7 drop like Jax or Ancient Grove. They can just be a little anemic on things to do. Like happened here, with just a retreat, play rejuve, which isn't bad by any means. It's just not a great turn, a fine one.
And on the flip side, Abyssian tends to share the same situation. Their 5-6
Abyssian is
mana
very
turns can
reactive.
be pretty reactive dependent.
As in general, I think Abyssian is just an incredibly reactive faction, right? Their early game is almost entirely predicated on stifling the opponents rather than like presenting strong threats themselves. Although there are like Death Watch cards that don't see much play, which can be used to put on pressure. And then even their late game threats, right? Like Revenant and Nova, they're strong because they are answers that also start pushing face damage, right? So in general, Abyssian is very equipped to deal with things and less equipped to just murder you. Although, aggro Abyssian, very capable of doing that. It uses its unique tools to apply pressure in very smart ways.
I think in week 1 we did see some success with an Abyssian list that was actually utilizing a Photic Devourer, which is not a common choice at all.
Yeah, that's an example of like a really strong proactive card that just doesn't see much play. It's kind of funny actually, but it's like, oh yeah, everyone talks about how Abyssian is sort of, very reactive, struggles to have agency in the early game beyond just dealing with opponent stuff. That's just because we don't play the cards that do.
That's true. I think the community
They're
at
not up to
whole,
snuff
we
necessarily.
like our
Quite
reactive
funny.
Abyssian options. More than our proactive Abyssian options.
The issue with playing a proactive Abyssian deck is that you lose to Tempest. That's just a little frustrating sometimes.
Yeah.
Or Spirit Harvester. Spirit Harvester, it sticks, and then you've got multiple. You've got to deal with that, and it's killed all of your stuff. What a pain. I'll get off my soapbox now. No, I will no longer comment on Spirit Harvester. It's not in the game. I don't need to worry about it. Spirit Harvester isn't real. It can't hurt me. This is a pretty good turn for Ghost Driver, right? They can just clear the whole board with a Sindra. They can play around Nova. It's just fantastic.
Yep. Though.
Oh no, they did not clear. They can't clear the healing
the
mystic.
Entire board, but
yeah,
definitely good enough.
Yes, you'll take it. Good play avoiding the shadow creep. That was an issue for them before, so good job on recognizing that. And Sindra's a bit of a pain, right? 7 health. That's aspiring viewers. Enterprising viewers may recognize that both of Abyssian's big 7 mana options right now do 6 damage. So it's a good thing this healing mystic is around to help finish off the Sindra, because otherwise that could have been a real problem.
Now this is another hindsight moment for this match, but imagine if that third crawler was played.
The third crawler was played. It just got you mean on
right.
turn
It
1?
was on turn 1, yeah. Before the chromatic hold had occurred.
Yeah, that's actually, it's quite funny to imagine how different the game would have been based on that. But we did get quite lucky with having plays over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, I can totally imagine the deck completely bricked for 1 or 2 turns. And early on, it's pretty devastating with what happens.
I was curious to see if Nanger was just going to throw that into the corner and do something else, like maybe just a Keeper Mystic, but it's
The
interesting to
worry with
see.
doing that against Vannar is that they can just half sister it back in.
Yeah.
Right. Heart
So
Sister
I would
probably
be
the main
very willing to
deterrent
do that
there.
against like Lionar or something. Although Lionars have Magnetize, but again, not many people play it. But against Vannar, most decks are playing half sister, so it's very scary to do something like that. You'll do it if you're desperate, but you'd prefer to avoid it. Still no Jaxes, which is nice. A Jax at any point would probably just spell the end of the game.
And for the viewers, I will realize my mouse is over the Hailstone Prison in a little bit. Hopefully give her that. Yeah, there we go. Now, while their previous turn was very good, especially with the response they drew out of Nanger, it goes to Driver kind of back to what they did earlier. Just kind of not doing a whole lot. They could choose the Razorback here instead of this Rejuvenator, I feel like. Just so all the minions
doing
are
it
a
this
lot
way-
more threatening.
Doing it this way, we don't know they're threatening, and threatening double Razorback, like, they have double Razorback in hand, so even if we play around single Razorback, we could still die. Whereas if they played one Razorback, I think it's, you know, that's cause to get worried. So I quite like sort of slow rolling the Razorbacks. It means we'll take probably 2 less damage this turn if we use our General to clear something, but the amount of, like, hiding the information, I think, gives a lot more reward than 2 health in many scenarios.
I do see what you mean, yeah. Since we're able to play both Razorbacks and capitalize on +4 on everything, it's probably far more desirable than putting the first one down now.
Although we did make a very safe play anyway, with just the, you know, Nova 2 things. Who cares about face damage? Keep ourselves alive. So maybe it would have been correct on their end to just Razorback in, get some more damage in. Now it's kind of tough. You just double Razorback here. It's a lot of damage, but
I think I would
They are
opt
playing-
to do that too. Double Razorback right now, despite the fact that you have Jaxes, they still have one left in the wing. Because you can set
Yeah,
it
and, like,
up in a
even-
way that it's a little favorable against the second Shadow Nova, and I think applying pressure right here might be the best option you could do.
yeah, because even without a Razorback, right, Jax is pretty strong. It'll get the job done, if slowly. So now, yeah, double Razorback could be good. I think I remember what they did here.
They've been hovering over that aspect of the mountains for a while. Looks like they might be considering just doing some damage, not Razorback damage, but I don't know, changed their mind.
No, this is a really interesting play by them. So they're banking the
Oh.
Razorback and just getting some damage in. Because Hailstone isn't super good against Abyss. Their only, like, huge minion does something the turn it comes down and is pretty effective there. And you don't necessarily want to give them back one, although obviously it could, you know, destroy it if their hand is full. And having a Razorback in hand is very strong, right? As we established. Here they're playing out Grasp again and Nova. We can only Nova one thing here, which is pretty tough. So I quite like it because now they do have double Razorback next turn, or like Razorback half sister. So I think it's a really, really good turn from them, the way they spaced everything out and just sort of protected their stuff. I do think we get a full clear here, which is unfortunate, but
You don't get to see too
Like a
many
very good play by them.
defensive hailstones that actually make sense, but I do think that one makes sense. Interestingly, Zohan has mentioned in chat that he was not a fan of this play, Zohan being on Teos' team.
yeah, it's definitely like, it's a little questionable because hailstoning a revenant is good if their hand is full, and our hand's been full for quite a while, and it's not that hard to have a full hand when you're playing a 7-drop, right? Like, you can't do many other cards on the same turn. So I definitely see where they're coming from, because now this is kind of awkward. You've got like Iraqi dancing blades.
Could throw in a
As a
Hearth
front runner
Sister
for the
if you
play.
really want to get rid of that blood tier too. Hearth Sister Iraqi dancing blade, or
Oh,
Iraqi
yeah?
first, Hearth Sister dancing.
I think that's what I would have tried to do here, because your other minions are just Razorbacks. You kinda need something on the board to get value out of these Razorbacks.
Yeah, they can walk 2 forward, get the Iraqi in front of the enemy general, and just get rid of the Blood Tier Alchemist if you want to. And you get sort of a surround on the enemy general, making a almost cross pattern, so it's not completely horrible to a Shadow Nova. Although,
So here, instead of engaging with our minions, we're just backlining stuff. And this plan here is we're going to get a huge Iraqi, and then we're going to slam it into you with a Half Sister. It's pretty clearly telegraphed. That's their plan. Based on a play like this, because they could clearly have just Dancing Blazed a Blood Tier instead if they wanted to be more aggressive. So this told us they had a half Sister. But I still think it's good, you know? It does mean we must deal with this Iraqi Headhunter or things are going to go really bad. Unfortunately, we have 3 lures, which are really good post Shadow Nova.
yeah, you just mentioned the point that I'm thinking about in my mind right now. This kind of defensive play against Abyssian, I'm really of the mindset, if you're dealing with an Abyssian player, you want to stay aggressive against them more often than not when you can. If you give them this kind of breathing room, Abyssian has the luxury of sitting around, recovering, and then destroying your stuff at their leisure. And no lures have been played up to this point, so I feel like this plan had the highest ratio of not working out. So
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about this over putting Dancing Blade in your face and Iraqi in your face.
Full disclosure, I agree. I'm just trying not to be too biased because, you know, I'm one of the people playing in this match. Yeah, a little unfortunate. Here, so now this play, their hand is again a little awkward. They can't activate Red Sintra without Half Sistering something in, like into their face.
This hand is very symmetrical in a not ideal way.
I mean, there is an option of well, it will be Red Sinja and Hearth Sister, the Blood Tier.
Yep.
And I guess they're...
And that's clearly what they're going up for.
Yeah.
Sadly, now that has grouped 2 Shadow Nova vulnerable minions together. Although it does actually waste 1 creep tile if that is what comes out, so, you know, kind of interesting. I have no idea what we did here. I can't remember this turn at all.
I mean, I think it's... Well, I mean,
I remember this turn now, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could lure both of these minions and save Shadow Nova, just get an extra lure back.
You can also lure one and smash Revenant into another one.
Yeah, that's an option too with the Revenant.
Okay, the lure was...
Yeah, that's what we did.
Looks like
Just
preferred
nice
option.
and simple.
So this right here is this...
And we talked about...
Yeah, go on.
We talked about whether to use the Night Sorrow or the Face here for the Half Sister, but because Vanar is so bad at doing burst damage without a board, we were like, you know, it's fine to take, well, effectively 2 damage because of the Spectral Blade heal to preserve our 3/3.
Yeah, I like this decision from your team. especially since Ghost Driver, they've backed off and they've stayed really passive for the past few turns, so I don't know how they plan on finishing you off unless they develop a Jax. Maybe they were really relying on getting Jax down sooner, but he hasn't shown up for them yet.
And now it's like too late for Jax. Not too late for Jax necessarily, but like one of the corners is creeped up. One of the corners has a minion in it, so no mini Jax will spawn. And a 3 Jax, like a 3 minion Jax, is just not nearly as strong as a 5 minion Jax.
That's true,
So-
but when the 3 minion Jax gets double Razorbacked and they do 15 damage, it just might be enough. So that might
No,
be what they're
I just
banking
mean like
on.
it means Abyssian. You have to, even if you clear 2 mini Jaxes after going.
Oh
like
yeah,
after a
yeah,
Jax,
yeah. I
right?
see what you're saying. Only 3 targets to pick off afterwards. So it puts
Yeah.
Jax in a horrific position. And then the
Yeah,
thing I was
though-
I wouldn't say it
alluding
makes it
to,
horrific, but it makes it like answerable, which is good.
the thing I was alluding to
Sorry,
earlier
continue.
is this like stalemate situation. It's very Abyssian favored, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Like, especially in the list that runs Elsewins, which means it might actually get more creeps than you usually expect. Like, time kinda goes a bit in Ambitious favor. Still, though, I mean, some player has some ways to heal also, but I guess the idea is that as he's already as low as 12, you kinda want to wait him out and then really try to do it in 2 turns with like Jax and then double Razorback. It kind of looks like it was the idea here.
Yeah, I wonder if their desire to capitalize on these Razorbacks kind of held them back from pressuring Nangert the way they really needed to.
Yeah, they haven't used like any of their Razorbacks yet. Well, they used one Razorback and then bounced it, and I think that's just kind of a waste. You know, looking at it now, the 4-3 on board would have been much better than a Razorback in hand because they've not even had an opportunity to use the one they bounced, let alone any more yet. Here, the Elsuin, by the way, he's hanging out. He's again stopping mini Jaxes from spawn. That's why he's here and not, anywhere else.
Yeah,
Just a reminder.
I love the staircasing against Vanner that's happening here. Truly fine positioning overall.
We just used a gauntlet, play around cross faction Mercantors. Always a risk.
I have
Yeah,
been.
I was,
Go on.
because I also was kind of puzzled by seeing this. Like, it's not really something you would kind of feel the huge necessity to do against Venar, unless you like suppose mesmerize might be a thing, and it usually isn't.
No, so I think this is a pretty cool example of like we weren't staircasing because we were playing around anything. It was just that was the best spot we could get everything because we needed VL soon in the corner. The
Yeah.
Night Star would start in the corner, so we might as well move it out. Our general just wanted to get closer to theirs, and we wanted to put Rejuve next to their general. So it wasn't like a deliberate we're staircasing to dodge things. It was just it turns out that when we put all of our minions in the best spots we can get them, it makes this nice diagonal.
Yeah, it really is just a consequence of being as optimal as you can be there. And I wonder.
I agree, it does look funny.
I keep imagining if Ghost Driver had been a little more aggressive in this game. It's been about 5-6 turns. If he was in your face just punching Nangert for 5-6 turns while he had 24 HP on his general, Nangert would be about dead. Or at least in the single digits.
Yes. I will say, it's a little scary walking Ents, because when you're sending minions to deal with creep stuff and you're further away, it's very easy to play around Shadow Nova, such that it can't hit any of your threats and also you. Whereas it's a little scarier if you are sort of in the thick of things. You might need to harm your positioning in other ways in order to keep yourself safe. I do agree that pressing forward probably was better here, but it's like worth considering that it is very dangerous to go in against creep, even if that is something that's quite important to do against them.
Yeah, creep does give you an awkward sort of ultimatum to make each time you face it. I think they have the sustain to pull it off, but that's just my playstyle when I'm going against creep. I tend to be in the mindset that I'm either going to have threats take the creep off of my face, or I'm going to have to cash in my HP as well to put down the Abyssian player here. Because otherwise you're in this situation. Ghost Driver has been about developing 2 minions per turn, and then Nanger has been answering 2 minions per turn. Very comfortably so, too. And it's only getting worse.
I also would like to point out how he professionally kept his hand size at 5 for several turns already, which denies the full possible value out of Hailstone Prison.
Yeah, that is true.
Because with minion like Dancing Blades, it's kind of something you would sort of like to Hailstone Prison, but if it's late game, there's a lot of mana available. You kind of don't want him to get the opening gambit again of it, or even it as a card still presents a value.
I think this match
Yeah, so here,
Go on,
Revenant's
after you.
happening. Revenant happened, and now it's just like a complete disaster for Ghost Driver. I think this is the real turning point of the game.
I was only going to say that I think this game is competing. It has some time to develop still, but it's trying to compete with the long game from week 1 between the fatigue liner that the Lizard Lovers faced, which was also against Teos.
Yeah, that's what we call foreshadowing here in the business. But he's, Harpu is putting a call forward, I guess. We'll see where that goes. No spoilers.
None at all. None intended at all. I think
this
we
is just
have
a
a
lethal.
cemented lethal here, indeed. Ghost Driver was effectively chipped away at in the mid game there, and they just couldn't do anything about it, really. That was really interesting to watch.
Yeah. But, well, it seems it still really was significantly shorter than this memorable game from week 1.
Alright, when you're dealing with a troublesome Abyssian, you send in your own Abyssian, apparently.
And this Abyssian deck is really strong against ours. It's so good because it has Sarlacc and our deck has 0 Dispel. We cannot possibly stop a Sarlacc from going away. They have Keepers to, keep a Sarlacc. They have Shadow Dancers, which can be a pain to answer. And leaving a Revenant alive against a Nether Summoning deck is really bad. So we also need to be very careful with our Revenant usage. This is a really good matchup for Egg.
I'm looking forward to seeing how this one develops. This is the Kieran special, I think. You can tell at a glance if you're familiar with Kieran's style. It's almost like their signature
I would say this is
deck.
actually... this is a funny twist on their signature deck because they're also playing Shadow Novas.
But do
They're
they
going
not normally
full-
use Shadow Nova?
They might recently, but at least in the past when I was playing them in tournaments pretty often, they were not on Shadow Nova versions of this deck.
Oh, I see.
I remember Kolos the Dragon, or Kolos, was the first person I saw to play Shadow Nova in his Sarlacc decks. But maybe I'm wrong. So I don't know. I don't want to tell lies to anyone.
You're absolutely right. I remember it was one of the most recent tournaments. I actually happened to play again, if I remember correctly, against both of them. No, sorry, I wasn't playing against both of them. But afterwards, I was able to see what players were bringing to the table, and I was definitely playing against Keran, and it was Sarlacc, but without the shadow creeps. But Kolos brought the one with shadow creeps, and that was also the one I remember I once lost to in another tournament. We played a total of 5 games. I was on Banner and Kolos was on his Shadow Creep Sarlacc deck, and played a total of 5 games, and he won 3 of them.
Yeah, it's always alarming when the the Sarlacc deck just is like, oh yeah, on 7, I have a Shadow Nova. You know, I definitely didn't used to expect it before people started bringing it. We're also replay bug, Keeper of the Veil, well known for making interesting things happen in replays and spectating. So here, this mana tile is taken. Don't be confused. It will not go away when the Keeper moves, I think. But everybody remember, there is no top mana tile.
Yes, Keeper of the Veil is the destroyer of replays, my personal rival when I'm recording these. Everything should be fine in this situation. I forget if the hands get funky too. Sometimes the replaces get desynced as well. I think these are accurate though.
Okay.
Yeah,
But this is a real plight of people starting to play Keeper in their decks. We're making life harder for Harpu. We should have like a ban Keeper sort of poll, just like get the devs to nerf it so we don't have to deal with this anymore.
Oh, I don't mind. I do like seeing the Keeper getting played. I love the card's effect currently. I think it's a very interesting neutral minion. Much better than what it used to be doing beforehand. So I don't mind seeing the guy, even if he ruins the replays.
Here, a cute little Blood Tier Night Sorrow combo. Just kill anything you want.
I think the first time
only
we've
being used
seen
on a
it
3/4.
too.
Yeah, normally you can do better than a 3/4, but in this matchup it can be kind of tough, especially because the only, the really big minions, the Spectral Revenants, start damage, so you don't need the Blood Tier. It's not really a combo if it's just the Night Sorrow by itself. But Kieran's in a really good position right now because we don't know this. We at this point haven't seen any Sarlaccs. We just think they're on like a similar creep deck to us. It's like watching a horror movie or something. We're like, yeah, this is alright. We're a little behind, but it's the Abyss matchup, so nothing like a little behind is manageable. It's going to matter a lot in the later turns. But no, we needed to get on board early, and that is not happening.
Well, I mean, in many cases, it's actually sort of the weakness of the Sarlacc-based decks, how, say, little body, like little stats there are on the board in their first turns. And here it's kind of the other way around.
Yeah, Abyssian definitely isn't set up to punish a Sarlacc deck for, being kind of scant on stats early on.
Oh, that's another thing. Well, still, yeah, we haven't seen the star of the show.
But we are going to see a pretty cool turn. You know,
Oh, this
2 more
is
Keepers of the Veil.
a rare potential to summon the Keeper army.
I can't remember if it actually happens. I hope it does.
I'm surprised that this is like a backup. I don't know if you would call it a win condition, but it's definitely a backup condition. Somewhat rare, but kind of reliable if you're running Keeper. It doesn't come up more often, though.
I mean, I guess in most cases you kinda have better targets for the keeper than another keeper.
It does
But there's
require like
definitely
one of your
merit
keepers
to
to
it.
survive a turn usually, which can be tough because it is pretty understated. And you don't really backline them, you know. Like I don't play my keepers and put them out of harm's way generally. Although here I think Kieran did, which is pretty cool because specifically, again, it can be quite hard to deal with a tide of 1/1s as Abyssian, especially if you aren't playing Grasp. Hypothetically. Not that I know anyone who isn't playing Grasp right now. No, sir.
I couldn't think of a single person not running Grasp in their deck. Which is really funny because neither of these players have Grasp. Both playing to just the fear, the idea of Grasp of Agony.
Also, another cool thing, Keeper of the Veil copies, if they die and then get Nether Summoning, they come back as the, you know, the real thing.
Yeah.
Which is pretty nasty. And another fun keeper, if you have a 1-mana Keeper of the Veil, you can do 10 damage on 9 mana with Revenant, Keeper of the Veil, Revenant. The first Revenant goes face, and then the second Revenant hits into a minion. So lots of fun stuff to do with Keeper.
I've never seen a Keeper actually hit a Revenant in my own games, but now that you mention it, it sounds like a really enticing thing to try at some point for me.
Yeah, it can happen if you get a 1-mana Keeper, which, you know,
Kieran has,
as we
at
see
the
here, that
moment.
is a real possibility.
They also have the option of getting that Revenant right now if they want it. Oh no, never mind. I've been fooled! I've been fooled by the bug. That mana tile's not there, guys. They only have 7 mana to work
Oh,
with.
right. I also forgot about it.
So here we just have an army of 1/1s.
Our first Keeper army in Team Wars. Pretty exciting to see. This is where board states start to become very sophisticated. Like, where is the best place to put all these things, and how you plan on working with all this?
Look at them, like, action bar, like the replay on the left of what all the cards have been played, and it's just, oh yep, 6 keepers.
Yeah, for any newer player that is unaware, the Keeper of the Veil has opening gambit. You copy a card of your choice, an allied minion on the board. You put it into your hand. It has 1/1 as stats and only costs 1 mana to play again. So if you keeper your own keeper, you can set this situation up where you make an army of 1/1 keepers.
And still no Sarlacc seed, but it really hasn't been holding Kieran back at all, which is a testament to how well he's playing, I think. Not just, you know, the anemicness of Abyssian's threatening early game, but also just like Kieran's doing a great job of managing this board and playing his deck in such a way that he isn't getting punished overly for not finding his key card.
Yeah, one of the things I talked about earlier with Crazed Abyssian list, because they utilize Sarlacc, but their list doesn't rely on getting Sarlacc established, which I like. Kieran's list, I think, is a little more reliant on the Sarlacc plan, but Kieran as a player and a pilot knows how to work without the thing.
Yeah, I can't bear to watch. This is going to go badly.
I mean, it is this like this turn is ending with another summoning. That's for sure.
Yeah, and they even get to upgrade one of their keepers by trading it into my AF here. Turn your 1/1 into a 3/4. It's just a really good turn from them. A surprise nether summoning really gets us here. And we still don't think it's a Sarlacc deck, by the way. We're still like, wow, it's weird they're playing nether summoning in a creep deck.
Yeah.
Uh,
I would raise my eyebrows a little bit at this point. That was a pretty good nether. And
maybe
one
break the
left
Keeper
over
chain.
for Keeper. Oh, yeah, this is an interesting decision. Instead of copying another Keeper, they prioritize an Assassin. So they no
Yeah,
longer
and they even had
have
like a Revenant they could have copied. So I think that's a really interesting choice. I'm not completely sure why they did it. I think they might have just been worried about getting Revenanted down. But it's very defensive what they're doing here. They're like, we've probably won already on offense, you know, with this sort of setup. We don't need to do much more. So very disciplined to go, yep, let's just be safe. Make sure we've got removal for everything they might do to us and just get in there.
Yeah, did they have the Demonic Lore in hand, or did they just draw that? I feel like they could respond to anything you play. Copying another Revenant means you get supposedly 6 damage from the 7 mana one that you throw face, and then 4 from the other one hitting any minion. 10 burst is really enticing, so I think it's pretty interesting they opted to take Assassin back.
So now Nangard is just sort of in damage control mode. There's a sort of still a small army of keepers, and some of them are, you know, they all have 3 attack now, bearing down, and it's still, you know, Abyssian late game. There's still Revenants coming over, so a pretty scary situation to be in.
In a comfortable position health-wise, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wonder if you two aren't closer. It's pretty close at the moment, but Kieran currently has the... What is it? I forget what word I'm looking for. The priority to shift things into their favor here.
But still, Nangard has drawn all 3 of his Shadow Novas, and with Alsuin, there might be even more possibly coming along the way.
I don't know if Nangard's gonna have the luxury of Alsuining a Nova, unless he's doing it in response to one of their own, and then playing something else at the same time.
And the other thing is, he might also not have the luxury of, well, having enough time to do all this, because right now, with the Revenant fully healed, and if I see correctly, only 1 Shadow Creep on the board, he can't, for example, use the Nova to clear the Revenant.
There is a pretty good clear here with Demonic Lore plus Nova, because we have 1 creep tile already.
Yeah, then 5 is enough.
But even then, it still leaves a pretty sizable board. But definitely, like, this is comeback potential here. Look at that Nova hitting 4 things. Whoa.
This is a pretty feels good Nova. And thank you, Nanger, for fixing the bug.
Oh yeah. Good job. I didn't even realize.
So what's the idea for going into the corner, though. Isn't that a little scary? If you get completely boxed in here?
Well, if they box us in, we have another Nova, and like if we just wanted to stay out of range of damage, basically, because being at 11, if we go anywhere else, we're just dying to like more Revenants. So you've got to go into the corner to just not basically instantly lose to Spectral Revenant.
I see. Yeah, not being in corner means the keeper can reach. Nangard stemmed the tide of most of the minions. Shadow Dancer has finally arrived on Kieran's side.
This is when we figured out it was a Sarlacc deck, because they played a Shadow Dancer and a Sarlacc.
Well, if you had any doubts, then here it is. Finally making an appearance.
I do think if they had managed to hide the Sarlacc and the Shadow Dancer for the whole game, that would have been huge, because we would have queued a completely different deck into it and been gotten surprised, probably. But I do understand that, you know, playing with Sarlacc and the Shadow Dancer is such a good turn here that it's worth doing, even if it is, like, you know, slightly sad from a meta perspective.
Yeah, they could have made a line with their Shadow Nova that was in hand just to try and bring you closer to lethal rather than developing this Dancer. It would have been interesting if they decided to hide the true nature of their deck from you.
Well, I mean, but I guess at this point, it's like, well, do we go like for this super greedy line where we not only try to win the game, but also to keep it obscure, or do we maximize the chances of winning this particular game?
Yeah, and
I think maximizing the winning chances of the game is pretty important. Like, it would be really embarrassing to lose a game you definitely could have won because you got greedy from like a meta level, you know?
I agree as well. Oh, well, that is 9 damage that I count right now. Between Shadow Nova and Void Pulse with the 2 minions nearby.
Yep, not quite.
On the flip side, Kieran is at 14. We have 9, so 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, that's unfortunate that this creep gets covered.
Yes, it is very tragic. Well, even funnier is once we saw the Sarlacc, we're like, oh, they probably aren't on creep, and then we got Novid.
They have been exceeding
super
your expectations each and every turn.
And then, if they didn't have the Void Pulse, we would have had lethal.
Yeah, that Void Pulse, I think,
plus,
has saved them.
Blood Tier plus Nova. Yeah, this was a really exciting game. And I think it's only exciting if you, like, know the sort of context of, like, oh, it's sort of hidden information and what's going on in both players' hands. This was a great treat to watch.
Yes, it's my pleasure to cast these games, especially for these types of situations where you see that, oh, they're just so close! They were so close! Hey, Kieran here, funnily enough, they have the heal.
Yeah.
And again, so
yeah, good game. That was a really sweet game. I will say I might need to head off now.
Hey, no problem.
Something has come up, but I've really enjoyed casting these, and I would look for, I'll try and do more in the future.
It was a pleasure to
Uh,
have you join us, Marty. I definitely look forward to. I know you want to work with Veroka a little bit, so hopefully we can make that happen sometime down the road.
Yep. Okay. Bye. Bye, chat. See ya.
Take care. All right, Andreas, it is you and me. We will keep pressing on. We are, it's 2-2 in the set right now. So there's a lot of game left to go.
Yeah, I don't remember how many games are in total in this set, but that's not a problem. As before, I kinda actually think I'm enjoying these games way more that I don't uh, know the results at this moment.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Now I
Um,
have I'm gonna keep speeding along here a little bit, so a little less deck talk time, just because I need to make sure I'm ready to go for tomorrow as well. Humans is bringing in their Vitruvian deck in response to deal with this Abyssian. What do you think of this Vitruvian list?
um, I like it. I mean, mainly uh, as an answer here, because it really has some pretty decent um, individual answers to what's happening. First of all, there are siphon energies, which is the dispel that can hit from anywhere.
Very reliable.
Uh, Yeah, that's one thing. Other, the Sarlacc deck with its random spawns, but also with like in general a lot of mm, units. If it goes off, can be vulnerable to Star's Fury. There's only one in the deck, but if put at in the right moment, it can be pretty impactful. Uh, Still, though, it's not, or at least at the first glance, it didn't feel like a very aggressive list. So this is maybe this one aspect on which it's not like fully caching here, which is that still um, this deck, even though we've seen in the previous game that the Sarlacc deck can, even without Sarlacc, develop a board um, that is respectable. It still is, I believe, quite vulnerable to being crushed down.
And this is the Abyssian deck, you mean?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. Dragol's Vitruvian list has a tremendous amount of 1-ofs and 2-ofs. It's a large variety. Only I know that a lot of people feel 9/2 drops is never quite enough. A lot of people don't like just doing 9/2s, but we'll see how it holds for Dragol here. They did not miss their turn 1 as player 1 after all, so.
And I think that I'm gonna say the same thing that I was saying during the one of the previous games with Vitruvian, where it was almost an identical opportunity to get Portal Guardian Primus Fist blocking one of opponent's units from hitting. So it's Portal Guardian on the tile, and it's the bottom tile to deny it from the Healing Mystic, and Primus Fist diagonally above it, so that Cassiva is blocked from accessing the Portal Guardian. And it's also exactly the same play I would have done here.
Yes, 2 and 3, I like the positioning as well. I feel like a lot of newer players likely would have gone central with their things. If you're dealing with Abyssian, I can see a reason to not worry about letting them get the 5 mana per se. They don't really have a fantastic 5 mana turn to do, unless it's like Whip and
But they
Grass, maybe. What 5 mana play do they like to do?
Blood Tier Night Sorrow.
A Blood Tier Night Sorrow. I guess I need to incorporate the Blood Tier Night Sorrow.
But still, though, as it's 2-minion combo, they don't need to walk on the tiles. So from this position right here, they still would have been able to do it.
That is a good point. I suppose since you know you're dealing with Kieran's Keeper deck, they could have Keepered and then played the copy, although I don't know what benefit that would have had. Actually, with that last match that went through, yeah, they are aware that Kieran has Blood Tier. I forget if Kieran played the Blood Tier in that last one. I think they did, though.
I'm gonna also say that sort of in general, like unless you need to like sacrifice too much for it, if your opponent like does specifically a play to kinda allow himself to grab this mana tile with a minion, kinda like in most cases, you can assume he has a way to utilize this mana.
I think it can be a safe bet to make that guess as well. Draggle going for the strong development of the Starfire Scarab, and they have an undamaged Portal Guardian as well. They're sitting in a very powerful position here in terms of just value of their minions. Kieran has found a Sarlacc this time, so they could play that and start developing it. They have 7 damage, so they can lure, and yes, they will choose to lure. They could have chosen either or, but Starfire Scarab's threat is undeniable. This is probably the right choice, even though it doesn't feel great, because this Scarab is clearing your board.
Yeah, but well, it's better that it's clearing your board and dying in the process.
That is true.
And yeah, I also do agree here with the choice of the threat to deal with. As after all, you can't really run away from the Scarab like you can from Portal Guardian, though, as we can see, Kieran is getting quite a bit cornered here, so it's not really that much of running he can do.
Oh, I like this decision to use the Healing Mystic instead. You have such a huge board now, the Primus Fist is going to be better served on the next turn if Kieran cannot deal with what you're presenting here. This is a really scary position to be in for Kieran. Thankfully, they top-decked like the skillful player. They are an assassin to help alleviate the pressure of one of these Portal Guardians.
I guess with both Portal Guardians being pretty close, the best option you could have gotten here after replace would be to replace into the second Nitro Assassin, and that way deal with both those Portal Guardians. Still, though, and that kind of shows just how kind of significant this Drago's board development is that you still would have been. I mean, you wouldn't have been behind on the board, but stat-wise, you would have been more or less equal.
But your positioning is not very desirable, despite being equal. And right now, I'm trying to do some math in my head. How many things can Dragol hit with this Primus Fist? I think he can get about 4 or 5. Yeah, he can get 5 things to connect with the Primus. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. He has 20 damage. Based on my quick maths, Dragol is 1 off of lethal. You can move the top Mystic to the bottom right instead of putting the Primus there. And then you can move the other Mystic to the left. You can fit everything in to hit the enemy's face, yeah. If they wanted to.
Yeah.
Now, this play probably a lot safer. You take Araki out of the equation. We're still dealing about 17 damage here. I think Kieran's gonna drop down to like 4 in a moment. 5 is 1 off.
Wait a second. Now I start to have doubts because he also traded 3 damage with Araki.
Right.
Was it actually missed lethal?
I need to look at that situation more, but that could have been a lethal. Dragol had 6 mana, so Saber Spine Tiger could have been played, could have also benefited from the buff, and First Wish could have gone down onto a minion. Kieran's like, yeah, I'm out. You got me. I'm just gonna end this match.
So I guess that was one of those cases when just Sarlacc gets smorked essentially.
Yeah, aggro surprisingly effective against a value-oriented strategy, or at least minion swarm. And Dragol's deck, very versatile. I know I think it was Dragol's deck, it's been the talk of the Vitruvian lists in a lot of streams lately. People have had their eyes on Dragol's list and why it's performing so strongly. I'm interested to see how well it does moving forward in this series. What do you think the eggs are going to do about this Vitruvian list that has shown up?
One difficulty in dealing with it and even deciding on what to put against it is this versatility that you have already mentioned. And one option, okay, now I see it. I was gonna say that it might be one of the cases when we will try to not let it kill us, and like when our healing options are good enough to sort of mitigate the effect of the aggro, and this Lanner list helps with that. But other thing I want to mention is that with cards like Portal Guardians being here, it would be good if it contains Dispel, and what they're bringing has both, really. it is fatigue Lionar essentially.
This is an
From what I
interesting
see.
twist on fatigue. It's kind of like fatigue. Ask not of all the choices that I'm familiar with. I know that I think Mazer and Faruka have criticized the usage of Silver Guard Knight in the past and fatigue. Some people use it, some people do not utilize it. But it is a fatigue style. Lionar, yeah, brace yourselves. We might be in for a lengthy one here. We'll have to see how this plays out. Now, Cranky Panda, I think, did bring fatigue last week as well. Pepe. You'll have to trust in Dragal's ability to take out the fatiguer.
Well, we'll see. It's definitely possible. Remind me, please. Does Dragal's deck contain syzygies?
Dragal's deck has exactly one Syzygy.
Exactly one. Okay. I mean, because certain answers would be definitely way weaker against this Leonard deck. For example, you're never really hitting a big Stars Fury. Your Russia's curses might give you some nice value, as we see there are 3 regalias in this Leonard deck.
Indeed, indeed.
And here we see pretty classically positioned Portal Guardian, which not this turn because the first turn play was missed.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. I was just about to bring it up. That Cranky Panda has missed their turn 1 play. Normally, you would be like, yes, my opponent has missed their turn 1 play. We're in an excellent position. However, the fatigue list is quite unique in that they do not want to have a turn 1 play as player 1. They are quite comfortable letting the mana build up and just reacting to what your opponent does. This is pretty interesting here.
Yeah, though, honestly, I mean, I have to admit, I don't really have experience playing Fatigue Lionar deck. Because if I was playing like more standard Lionar deck, some Heal Lionar deck, for example, I would have totally go double 2. I mean, deny him the mana tile and develop the Mystic on the mana tile and just Martyrdom, the Portal Guardian.
I see. Martyrdom is a pretty precious resource in the fatigue deck, though, and it's often the one you want to spell recursion back into your deck and hand.
Yeah, that's also what I thought when I saw that it's not the play that is going on. And, well, technically you can also next turn kind of answer the Portal Guardian with Lightbender, but it's still... I mean, it's a slightly weaker answer, really.
Well, so far we can also consider the matchup that Teos has witnessed. These 2 minions right here are pretty much the 2 key minions in Dragall's deck, and I think out of these 2, you want to, Martyrdom the Scarabs, and then you can comfortably dispel the Portal Guardians. And Cranky knows playing Fatigue, they have plenty of healing. It's only a 5-mana turn. They have nothing to fear by getting next to this Portal Guardian. Most it could do is push maybe 5-6 damage on the extreme end. And they're choosing to start wearing it down now as well, which I think is a good choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 1 damage, and it might be relevant that there are 2 health less on this minion.
Dragol has to make a decision here. Interesting. I think at this point in time, I don't know if they immediately gauge this liner list to be fatigue. I would feel like once you see the Alsuin, it's either fatigue or Al Bonk, as it's lovingly called. So you're kind of narrowed down to 2 potential options here, and if it's either or, then going face makes a lot of sense, and keeping your minions in your opponent's face makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
Cranky just wants to do a slow roll. You know, probably not too concerned. Get to take out 2 minions. Heal back to near full after this hit. It's still in a very comfortable position. I wonder if the Aymara is going to come down here. Well, no, looks like we're looking in the Portal Guardian. And a Surround. Can also get Healing Mystic value on the Primus. I like this much more. If you're a newer player, your shiny Aymaras, they're best served later in a match once a lot of answer options have been used up from your opponent, in my opinion. And no reason to slam it down too early. This is a very threatening board against Cranky Panda.
Well, I guess this is the moment the martyrdom start getting cycled.
I'm not cycling it yet. Just disabling the Portal Guardians. It's basically killing 2 minions, kinda, right? So I understand this line of play.
Yeah, it also uses mana efficiently.
I think if I was Dragol here, you can get a clear on the Lightbender, and you can set up your Wind Strike. I feel like I might be inclined to set up the Wind Strike, get ready to receive a Staff of Yakir once it inevitably fades away. Yeah, overdoing anything else. And the Primus Fist makes your Portal Guardian relevant once again, only with chip damage, but damage is damage.
Well, definitely if you want to win with fatigue deck, you kinda need to kill him before the fatigue phase really starts.
Oh, this is a pretty interesting decision. Actually opted to not buff the Wind Strike with the Primus and hide the Strike really far away. I suppose now that you've seen Dispel is on the table and you really want your staff more than you want that 1 extra point of damage. So I think this is pretty smart too. But since you've seen you dealing with fatigue, the possibility of a decimate tech being in there exists. And your 2 more valuable minions are now decimatable. So I don't know, I think this carries some risk to it too. Although decimate, you get a staff out of the deal. So perhaps you're not too worried about it. In Dragol's position.
Yeah. I mean, you can also. I mean, in certain cases, if you had one more Blightbender in your hand, because from what I remember, it is in the deck, there would have been an option for playing a 3-drop and dispelling his 2 dispellable minions.
Cranky is feeling the pressure. They actually decided not to cycle the Martyrdom. They went for the extra 5 healing on the another Sundrop Elixir.
Well, I mean, 5.
I would be
This-
really concerned about a second Starfire Scarab here coming out of Dragol.
Well, that's if because the Scarab obviously dies to Martyrdom, doesn't die to Circle of Life. It dies to Circle of Life Tempest combo, and we have enough mana for that. But that's probably not the end of threats we have to deal with, and like the fatigue deck really kinda one of the premises is to sort of be able to like consistently deal with new threats.
Yeah, you raise a good point there. They had the Tempest Circle of Life as sort of a backup to that situation.
But still, these are 2 cards, and they need to have them both at the same turn, like most of the time. So we can see we kinda dealt with some stuff, and we sort of pre-damaged the Portal Guardian.
Just a little bit of damage. I find it funny that Cranky is on the run there. It's like Dragol is the Vitruvian Predator.
Yeah, it's pretty also pretty funny. And I would say that Dragol's hand is pretty well suited for the next few turns with double Aymara and Dominate Will.
So Ramses, in response to your comment about Regalia seeming like a dead card in the deck, I would say more in the matchup rather than the deck. It's a wonderful card in the deck. But in the matchup, I
Yeah.
have heard some people express that you actually want to equip your Regalias as soon as possible against Vitruvian. Because you have better odds of avoiding Rasha's Curse the less time has passed in the match, which kind of makes sense, right? So you get more value out of it. You have better odds of getting more value out of it. It's one perspective I have heard previously.
Well, I guess it's true that in some cases the Regalia might not be met with an immediate Russia's Curse answer when the mana is low, which means there are many other needs. And so that as we are approaching late game, it's quite unlikely if we can answer Regalia to not answer it. But still, I mean, Regalia is so problematic. It's really when you're playing against and don't have the immediate answer like the Rasha's Curse or Rust Crawler, or Four Winds Magus with a gazillion of spells. In other situations, it's really a pain in the ass to deal with.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm often tempted, like, I might not always decide to do this play because sometimes some other objectives might be more important, more crucial. But whenever there is regalia, I always kinda at least do some rudimentary check if I have a good play that involves destroying it.
A rudimentary check, huh? Yeah, it's good to be aware if you can efficiently deal with the thing, right? When you're dealing with Lionor.
Because one of the biggest threats about regalia is that it's almost never run in one copy. It's almost always 2 copies and more often 3 copies. And stacked regalia can be very devastating. So it's like, you know, clearing Emerald Rejuvenator for free, and doing other potentially nasty stuff. So the Russia's curse, like kinda, unless I have a very good reason, I usually don't like hesitate to play it, even if it's early on in the game. But of course, in some cases, for example, when you can a bit run away, and for example, you didn't have a good target for the dervish, it might be wise to stay with it for a bit longer, and then you kind of get even more value from Russia's curse if not only the artifact is destroyed, but also if the dervish does something impactful.
That's a good point to raise. Definitely a perspective to consider. So far... Alright, I was wondering if Dragol would cash in on their Dominate Will here. I think they're very well aware of what they're dealing with. The most valuable minion they could claim is the Twilight Sorcerer. The second most valuable is probably the Silverguard Knight. And
in this deck, see, it seems so.
The Cranky Panda is actually having a hard time doing the fatigue thing entirely. Dragol's managed to maintain enough pressure. These circles with game 5. I was not keeping track. I think we're at about three circles, right? Staff of Yakir Recursion could come into play if Cranky can stabilize. They've got their HP up, but I mean, 6 damage on Draggle's general. They have a lot of damage in hand. We have an extra potential 7. So that's 13.
Yes. It's 7 in the hand. Plus 6, it's 13, so not quite lethal yet, but definitely approaching.
Draggle could choose to push 6 here and just clear the Rejuvenator with the Tiger Primus. Looks like we're checking our options first. Could also clear the Rejuvenator with your face, and now that a lot of answer cards have been played, maybe Starfire Scarab Sticks? We can see from Cranky's hand that it would be pretty strong on this turn if Draggle decides to develop it. But yeah, I think this play was the more believable line when you don't have the knowledge that we have.
Yeah.
You don't know if Laya was a good counter pick for this, actually. I can understand why they sent it in. The Fatigue Lionar, what is it best at dealing with? Minions. And this Dragall's Vitruvian is very minion-based Vitruvian. And the egg of Schizo, they know how Dragall's decks tend to be. If they've done their homework, I would imagine they know. I shouldn't say for sure. I think the Lionar is a fair send-in here. Dragall has just been really showcasing the power of his Vitruvian list in this game.
Yeah, but still, it is a minion-based deck, and which means you kind of. I mean, there was some help from the artifacts, but like the drop from the wind strikes. But still, you're kind of vulnerable to the answers. That just this kind of linear list is full of, and seems that like right now, I mean, you have some nice options for board development. That's for sure being Draggle here, but at this moment, we're being provoked by the Silverguard Knight. Um, it it might deteriorate, unfortunately.
And the situation could finally be shifting in Cranky Panda's favor. And funnily enough, they have set themselves up to play around a potential Stars Fury. I'm not sure how strong the insight was on Dragall running a copy of that, but
I guess it's always a little bit of a concern that your Vitruvian opponent might have Stars Fury, and if it doesn't cost you a lot, then it's sort of like, well, why don't I play around the Stars Fury if I can and can do it cheaply? But obviously, you can't play around everything, and that's sort of one of the, I guess, most frustrating aspect of Vitruvian when you're playing against Vitruvian. It's that, for example, playing around Stars Fury and playing around Syzygy is like you kind of should do two quite different things.
yeah,
You can't do
Vitruvian
two
has
different things
often
at
had
once.
access to that sort of catch-22 setup in their kit, their factions kit. And do you want to avoid the blast? And by avoiding the blast, you play into that dreaded Stars Fury, and then vice versa.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. And of course, it helps if you somehow know the decks being played, know the player, and can kind of guess which one of these cards is being run, because I think it's right now in the minority of decks that you have both, which means that in the in perfect conditions, if you know what the deck does, you kind of, I think in most ways, um, uh, just use the right plays for the right opponent, like playing around only one of those things. But here we say this that the Drago's deck. I mean, we've like known it before also, but that it is one of those decks that actually utilizes both, albeit in only single copies.
Yeah, we've seen another good Syzygy finisher there. I was just thinking when the Twilight Sorcerer came down, it was really unfortunate that it drew the Circle of Life card back. There was a lot of game left to go. Had the Sundrop Elixir or even a Martyrdom been drawn to add life to the Lionar.
Yeah. Though, uh, I would say one thing that, in a way, as I said before, I'm not picking sides. It's completely not that. But in a way, I feel a bit of a relief that it wasn't the fatigue deck that prevailed.
Imagine if we had more fatigue games to watch, guys. How relieved is everyone that Dragall came out ahead there? So moving on to, I think, game 8, 4, 5, 6, 7. Game 7. The Spellhigh. Zohan, you are hanging out in chat. Bit of a spoiler, guys. The egg is sending in Zohan on this one. And the Spellhigh, I think we've talked about Spellhigh a lot, so I'll jump into the match. It seems to be your standard fare Spellhigh for the most part. I'm not seeing huge tech choices on this list. It's about as to the point as can be.
I would say I not only don't see huge tech choices, I see essentially no tech choices
Yeah.
here. It's as classic as Spellhigh can be.
I'm
That's,
glad to
well,
hear you had no anxiety attack in this match, Zohan. Dragall very quick on their replaces. They know what they want to look for and get rid of. Zohan has a pretty decent opener. Do you replace your inner focuses turn 1 as Songhai, Andreas, or do you hold them?
well, first of all, my classic disclaimer: I still feel I have a lot of experience to get in playing Songhai, so what I do might often not be the right thing to do.
That's alright.
But I would say it largely depends on what are the other minions and what kind of are my options here. It's definitely one of the cards that allow for some of the most swingy early game plays for the faction, but then again you don't always get like the right target or right circumstance, and on the other hand, if you don't have a use for it, it can help to unfortunately break your hand a little bit. So in this situation, having like only Chakra and Heartseeker, I think I also would have replaced it. Also, for the reason that like Chakri feels like a bit suboptimal. We're back to inner focus. Like
Replace
you
bug doesn't
usually,
exist, guys. It doesn't exist.
I mean, it's definitely not the same. it's different. No, but it actually can be the same. Like after, yeah, it's a completely different pre-place phase. But never mind. Like Heartseeker is a very strong turn one option, and Kaidos also are. And if you're player 2, like here, Zohan also Lantern Fox, if he had one. And this is... I mean, you come to... Yeah, okay. because he moved this way, it's actually pretty good. Because if you suspect your opponent might have Bone Swarm, and we actually know there is Bone Swarm in Dragel's deck, it's good to not really be near your minions.
Yes, I like this decision from Zohan very much. I think they have seen the Bone Swarm played earlier in the set. I could definitely do that and post or share everyone's opinions on the Team Wars factor. I think for the most part, a lot of people make new friendships and they have a generally good time. There was a bit of spiciness that went down over the last week, but I won't get into that.
Well, there
So
are
it
like
depends, you know.
the equivalent of like 10 pages on the Team Wars chat of this.
It was a very
Uh,
exciting time the other day. Yes. It's all good,
yeah, but
Zohan. It's all good.
but honestly, I like the initiative a lot, and I also feel we are having really cool times playing together in our team.
I'm glad to hear
It's,
that.
yeah, so I'm liking this team tournament a lot.
Zohan is in a pretty... you can deal with the Portal Guardian, right? And you can deal with the Primus as well. You leave two options open for your opponent if you decide to go that route. It looks like we're gonna keep our Kaido healthy and in the back. So this is an interesting line of play.
Yeah, I mean, he could have do a full clear, and there would be some merit to that.
As Zohan's mentioning, his team wanted to do a full clear here, but Zohan values the Kaido a little heavily, and so he wanted to keep it at full health.
I mean, I haven't honestly been paying enough attention to what was happening in the hand. Was the the juxtaposition was already there, right? So, kinda in that case, if we already have the Jax in hand, it kind of makes sense to make some, say, extra effort for your Kaido to survive.
Yeah, I think there's merit to keeping the Kaido around, because this play that Zohan has done prevents a Scarab from being ramped in, and against the Vitruvian list you've seen so far, you might need that Kaido to get around another Portal Guardian, which is about to appear here, maybe to deal with the Wind Strikes, which you've also witnessed.
Yeah, though there is, of course, a question: how much will your opponent allow you to do with your Kaido by, well, by positioning his minions in a certain way? And here we see, like, definitely it's a pretty good opportunity for Heaven's Eclipse.
Yeah, I like the
And-
positioning from Dragall here. The Primus Fist kinda is operating as a wall. So the juxtaposition on Kaido and Portal Guardian, you can't reach the Portal Guardian afterwards. You don't care if your Primus Fist gets taken out. It's kind of awkward in Zohan's position right now.
Oh, but I mean, he backed down. Oh, okay. Wait.
So this is the next best thing to do is just put the Portal Guardian
Okay.
into Narnia in the corner. And then he decides to play the inner focus to push damage on Dragall's back a little bit.
Well, we are talking earlier today about this moment of the switch between using your resources as spell high to get some board advantage and remove your opponent's threat, and when to go face. And here, I personally would have struggled a little bit because you kind of had a means. You had means to clear both. When the second inner focus has been drawn. But still, it's 8 damage that don't go face, and you can, as happened here, move the Portal Guardian out of the range. Still though, the opponent's general is pretty healthy, and there is like this huge thing growing. I mean, it's not huge yet, but might get huge somewhat soon. Can be syzygied into blast.
Yeah,
Like,
I think the
would you-
prevailing threat that the Portal Guardian presents, it was probably wise, or it would have been wise, to address it sooner rather than later in this situation. I think Dragol has shown that his deck has a lot of reach potential with it.
Well, it objectively has. And here's the thing, because that's also like the reasoning in one of the previous games against Vitruvian, which is that like, I mean, a different type of Vitruvian, but still that they are pretty reliant on the board. So also there are not that super many options outside of Blast to deal with the backline stuff. I mean, if the backline stuff has very low health, then there's Russia's Curse. But in other circumstances, like giving Blast to a minion, or in general just a Blast minion being kept alive, is one of the options here. And as Sonkai, where you put a lot of things in the backlines, it's also kind of desirable to deny it, but that's the thing. You also need to at one point start pushing for face damage, and it generally it's not an easy decision against Vitruvian, I think.
It's a delicate balancing act. Perhaps that switch was flipped a little too soon in this circumstance. Because we're back on the development plan. We do have quite a scary board in Zohan's possession. We have some tools in hand to work with. You could... Yeah, I was just thinking, you could spend an inner focus here to get rid of the Aymara healer. Perhaps not an ideal usage of it, but definitely a way to tackle the situation. Kind of elegant in a Songhai way, sort of, maybe.
Well, I think it's generally elegant. You kind of instead of like doing something ruffian like smashing the Aymara, you just gently put her aside.
There could have been some smashing of the Aymara done too. The option was present there with the Heaven's Eclipse. But I
now
think you would have had
it's
to have foregone the 4 wins in that situation.
well, at this point though we see kinda if and we see there's some going low on cards action going on.
I think it's a good time to go low on cards and Dragall's situation here. To have an opportunity to deal with 3 Phoenix Fires that are not going in the Zohan's hand. You remove the
bad
threat of the
that-
4 wins.
Too bad that I think it's the end. I think there's lethal. I need to count it correctly, but
we have 12 out of hand damage and 4 from Kaido. We have the mana to cast
it is.
all of it.
Yeah, it's more. We actually have. I mean, Zohan have pass lethal here.
Well, isn't he one off with the dispel on the 4 wins? I think this is
Oh wait a second! I forgot
16?
about the spell. Yeah, he's one. Yeah, sorry, I forgot the 4 wins has been dispelled.
Oh, that's quite alright. It's really close, though. You may as well make this gamble. I think everyone in Zohan's position would. Yeah, just draw lethal at the end of the turn.
You want to do it now and not wait till he drops the second Aymara and blocks his back.
Oh, man. What does Dragall do in this situation here? You are at 1 HP. You have an Aymara on board. You could kill your own Aymara since you have a Blood Tier Alchemist in hand, so you can revive a little bit of health.
That's actually a very interesting option. That, in a way, I mean, the Aymara is far enough that.
Oh, wait, hold up. Is this lethal on Dragall's side? Because you have Syzygy in hand, you have a flyer, you have 5 from Aymara.
Wait, it's
10,
8
15,
plus...
20. That's 20 I'm counting, I think.
Oh,
So,
yeah, and
man, given the smile. Oh man, the Uno reverse card has just been played on Zohan here. You brought me down to 1, I bring you down to none.
Right? Or...
Yeah, the cards are highlighted in Zohan's hand. Wow, that is nasty. Syzygy doing work in week 2 of Team Wars. That is 4 games it has relevantly concluded now. That was really spicy to witness.
Yeah. That
Oh,
was definitely interesting to see. And it also kind of proved, because I think that right now, those matchups, Vitruvian versus Songhai, are on the Vitruvian side.
yeah,
More often than not.
Well, Songhai has been doing pretty well against their supposed Vitruvian encounters here, and Zohan almost kept that trend going, but Dragall was able to hold on with just 1 HP. Alright, I'm going to do that transition. We'll look at the deck first real quick, my apologies. The eggs only have a Magmar left. The reverse sweep is possible, and they are running this Magmar list with the
Wow,
was it,
it's-
crons and stuff.
it's super similar to the... I mean, I have... I mean, okay, not the same. I think I didn't have natural selections, and also have like lady logs, and so yeah, it's not the same as and 3 mind steals.
Yeah, they have a lot more spells in this list, but the minion skeleton is there from the list we saw earlier today.
And I think it kind of has two things going on that we have seen on two different Magmar lists today. One is one is utilizing Kujatas to not only speed up the um, the tempo, but also get some extra damaging your own units for the sake of Twin Fang. We've seen this on this Magmar deck earlier on. And the other thing going on is the combos like Vindicator, Hollow Grove Keeper, Dream combo. And we've got the boys.
The boys are here. Well, not here in hand, but they're here and well, on okay. They're dead. The boy was here. The boys. To respond to you, Delicious, I think Hollow Grove is not as good as it used to be. It's not terrible. And yeah, Magmar decks like to run it with Vindicator for the rush, because 5 damage rush is a wonderful thing to do. I find it kind of funny that Magmar players prefer to run Vindicator, Grovekeeper, 2 cards, 7 mana, or you can incorporate Flash, a 3rd card, instead of Elucidator Dire Tide. I think both plays have very similar applications, and Dire Tide has a little more flexibility than the Grovekeeper does.
Well, wait till you see my disastrous deck that will be featured tomorrow.
Well, I'm gonna look forward to it then.
I mean, it was a disaster. Absolutely, I don't recommend anybody to try to copy this list. It's a horrible idea. But it's kind of on topic, so I just wanted to mention it.
You do raise a good point, Delicious. Vindicator does have combos or synergy generally with a lot more things. That rush factor is probably slightly more desirable than granting Frenzy to a minion that's already established on board.
Yeah, I think it's like in many cases, I feel like there, sometimes it's nice to deal with multiple threats at once, and that's why Mechantors, Holy Immolations, and so on are so strong. But usually you can kind of pinpoint on the unit that you find it like it's like the topmost priority to deal with at like most points in the game, I feel. So in this way, Rush kind of allows you to do just that.
Yeah, Rush gives you that flexibility to work with. To answer your question, Ramses, the Team Wars format is called Last Man Standing. 2 teams of 6 players each, or could be a little less. They come in with 6 decks, 1 for each faction. The first team to eliminate the other 6 factions wins the set. So right now, Humans is on game point, as they've eliminated 5 factions. They only need to get 1 more. Teos needs to win 4 more games if they want to win the set, and it all has to come off of the power of Sun here, as he is the last man alive for their squad. And that's how the format works. So this is a pretty nice turn from Dragall. Don't give that Twin Fang a chance to fester and become a problem. Just get rid of it now. Eliminate that Silithar as well. We have a pretty good board. We have our artifact developed thanks to Nat Select on the Wind Strike. And Sun
Yeah,
is in a tough spot with this hand. It's gonna have to flash Mercantor maybe. And it doesn't feel good to do.
It's not really what you would like to do here, but then again, there aren't really other good options.
Yeah, unfortunately Dragol is blocking the mana tile. Flashing Silithar onto the tile and then playing the Mercantor. Since the Silithar would have been free, could have been a pretty nice recovery from this situation. You have better odds of winning slots in Vegas. Well, I suppose that depends on if you were participating in a team with 5 very powerful players and you wanted them to carry you to victory. You might have pretty good odds of winning a set in Team Wars 2, right?
Well, I guess the one argument against adding the Flash Silithar is that it would really put you in sort of card disadvantage. I mean, I know it sounds like a hypocrisy, considering in week 1 I made a play with Magmar where I sort of exactly just almost deliberately put myself at card disadvantage, and in a way you still can get lucky and from that position just get Mind Steal. There are 2 copies in this deck, but you can't really fully rely on that.
Yeah, sometimes the hand advantage isn't as big of a deal in Duelyst. I laugh every time I hear Farokas say, and they, they're top decking their cards, and it doesn't even matter.
Here I actually would probably... that's a good question, but like going up and like playing 2+3, denying the mana tile, developing 2 things, I think would... It might be an option. The problem is going so low in health. Like this kinda makes it less likely to be hit.
Yeah, this was
for
another really
damage.
difficult turn for Sun to execute. We had this discussion in week 1 in regards to this Magmar list in particular, and the discussion was that it can have a lot of really cumbersome turns. It can have a lot of awkward, not ideal things that you do. I'm not sure why that ends up being the case. Maybe Sword of Akron and Hollow Grove Keeper make the list too greedy overall? But this is a situation that we've seen come up before. It seems to be happening here as well. Although Dragall trying to figure out what exactly they want to do. They can keep forward pressure going and play their 2 drops Portal Guardian as well as deal with the Silithar. They can also choose to do what they just did. Deal with the Silithar and develop the Starfire Scarab, which I like this decision. Against Magmar, one of the great terrors to face.
Yeah, and while, well, technically there is value Mecantor, it doesn't deal fully with the Scarab.
But it does deal with the artifact at the very least. Unfortunately, where you want to put that Mecantor, you're forcing yourself to the bottom if you don't want to be blasted with it.
Yeah. I mean, well, at this point, the only way to like guarantee
You
yourself
could do
not
a
being
Vindicator
blasted.
play here. Vindicator can reach the tile, and then Spirit Harvester can throw itself into the Scarab. Yeah. I think this is the play to go with.
Yeah, I think it's the best one available here.
Why is Sword in this deck? Oh, excuse me. We've been going for quite a while. Let me drink some of my drink and then I'll answer that. Hey, yeah, I had a bit of a internet load issue there. So, Sword of Akron is a pretty good 6-drop, as you all know. That extra attack power on the general is pretty relevant for Magmar to have, I feel like, personally. And the main reason why it's there, it's kind of the Archon Spellbinder replacement for control style lists. It's really good to rush it out with Vindicator. Your Vindicator gains an extra attack. Akron has 7 as well, so Vindicator and Akron is 9 damage on 9 mana, or you can flash one of them on 7 mana. It's pretty good burst. And if your general's in range, that 9 damage turns into 12 damage.
Also, if unanswered, it makes, for example, your Mechantors played afterwards have 5 damage, which also can be relevant in some scenarios. As, for example, a lot of Lionar's threats have 5 health. Sunrisers, Silverguard Knights, for example.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Sword of Akron and Magmar especially. Now, I don't really... I've admitted this multiple times, but this particular deck structure with like the Grove Keepers and the spell assortment and whatnot, I don't quite follow the idea or strategy with all of that in addition. Because for me, I feel like Akron sits most comfortably as an endgame solution in a control style deck, and control style Magmars are really endgame Magmars. They haven't been too popular lately. Almost all the Magmar decks we've seen have been this like mid-rangey list that's on display here. This is a pretty decent Macintor War Beast.
Yeah, it's also exactly what I would have done.
For sure, yeah. Sun has finally caught a little bit of a break, depending on what Dragall is able to do in response. This might be the reprieve that Sun needs. And I think we saw Star's Fury, yep, get casted. Probably the best Star's Fury you're gonna get with how things have been going in your games, right?
Here it's okay, so, because, I mean...
It's just that Dragol has been so oppressive to his opponents that they haven't really established a significant board base for Star's Fury to be much bigger than what we just saw.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean...
I think...
well, honestly, it's kind of hard really to be expecting much more than 2 dervishes to spawn. Still, though, there is this kind of dreaded Star's Fury versus Syzygy, but then again, you don't have a developed board, so syzygy is very unlikely. So in that situation, facing the Vitruvian, I would have played around Star's Fury and not syzygy. Then the board, when my opponent's board is essentially empty. Of course, there are some plays, and I've seen such plays where you actually are able to get some extra value out of some spawned dervishes from, for example, Rasha's Curse, or if at 9 mana, the Star's Fury Syzygy combo. It actually exists.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind. Now, Delicious just pointed out Dragol's hand kinda perfect at finishing this game here. Unfortunately, with the double dispel as well, even a Lady Lock would have been hard pressed to have denied the 6 out of hand damage that Dragol has to close out this set. They will take it, and humans will be victorious over Teos for week 2. And with that, that's all 3 of our sets for this evening, guys. We've made it to the end. How do you feel, Andreas?
I can already hear that in general some movement, some trams, cars, and so on is on the outside of my building.
It's
So
time
yeah,
to
I
get
guess it's
started on a new day.
yeah. I mean, it's the usual time you wake up.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, guys. I will be shutting down here tomorrow. We will be live again with the remaining 2 sets from week 2, and they will be streamed on Mogwai's stream if everything goes according to plan. If not, we'll be here as usual. I'll post in the Duelyst Discord when we're ready to go live. It'll actually be pretty soon. So I'm gonna stop now because I need to try and get some sleep. Hope you all have a good one. Take care.